Good morning and welcome on board. We are so delighted to see you here. Today, we will be having Dr. Rajeev Kumar, the Chief of Human Resources with Taj Sets, and he would be talking about imparting excellence in hospitality and tourism education to achieve life skills for blissful life. I am delighted to see that we have learned Dr. Manu Vora sir with us. I'm happy to see Dr. Divya, Dr. Kumar Satyam, Dr. Manoj, Kajal, Komal, Ratnaji, Ravindranath Bansalji, and Riteshji. We'll be starting the program as per schedule. By the time we have participants joining and coming, let's take you to a very interesting journey of the university which I serve in, Maharishi Dayanand University, Rohtak, NEC accredited grade A plus University of Haryana State. I would also like to mention that we are a leading state university of Haryana and would like to express gratitude to the government, the stakeholders, the faculty, students for consistently working to make this institution a great one. Well, we are equally thankful to higher education institutions like University Grants Commission and AICTE for constantly supporting us in our endeavors. Let me share the screen and take you to the University Kulgeet. I'm so delighted to see Madam Dr. Divya Malan on screen. Welcome on board, ma'am. And by the time the participants join, let me take to the interesting journey of university paying regards through Kulgeet. Sharing the screen.
अनुसंधान से विज्ञान से हम ज्ञान को वर्जित करें, निस्वार्थ हो संभाव को इस राष्ट्र को अर्पित करें। सनि सदा सनि पा ऋषि कुल का सम्मान ही हम सबका स्वाभिमान हो। जब कोई व्यवधान हो, अनुष्ठान हो, व्याख्यान हो, संगम है कला जग ने माना है विकृतियों का दमन करे ऋषि कुल तुमको नमन करे राष्ट्र का नव निर्माण हो ऋषि कुल तुमको प्रणाम हो ऋषि कुल तुमको प्रणाम हो ऋषि कुल तुमको प्रणाम हो प्रणाम
So you could be through the interesting journey of Maharishi Dayanand University through our Kulgeet. Well, I am delighted that today we would be having a charismatic persona, Dr. Rajeev Kumar, a seasoned professional who has been associated with an iconic group. Yes, I'm talking about a hotel chain which started in India and opened doors for the guests in year 1903. Taj Hotels, Palaces and Resorts. And I'm sure that the participants hailing from different parts of country know that after the government decided to disinvest in Air India, it has gone to Tata's. Well, let me take you to another interesting point here that initially Air India was Tata Airlines, and the government of India had taken from Tata Airlines to Air India, and the journey is quite interesting. Well, I must share it with you that the best practices which the government of India follow, and that's the beauty of motherland India, that we are open to accept good things from anyone. So it is said that the human resource practices which the government of India has adopted, some amongst them have been adopted from Tata's. So think about you are mentors, trainers, teachers on the journey of life skills, nurturing and igniting young minds for shaping their careers, futures, and helping them to excel personally and professionally. So today you would be having a legendary persona, Dr. Rajeev Kumar, joining us. And let me share you the screen and share you the organization which he has been associated. Yes, friends, I'm talking about Tata's, Taj Group of Hotels, and Taj Sets, a chain which has been known for being the finest in South Asia, a chain which has been known for many firsts to its credit, a chain which has been known for exemplary services demonstrating Indian hospitality to the world during the tough times when Mumbai terrorist attacks happened. The relevance of inviting Dr. Rajiv is more prominent here for the reason that no hotel chain would have planned standard operating procedures that what if a terrorist attack happens. And you see that at the cost of life, none amongst us would be entrusted to serve at any organization, no matter whatever facilities or incentives they might be giving. Then what was that the employees of Taj Hotel, they, without any standard operating procedures, provided exemplary services and helped the guests. They could have easily adopted an escape route to move out from the employee's entrance or exit, but they did not. I think that is one of the demonstrated example of best human resource practices with Taj Group. There is a very interesting case by Harvard University in this regard. I'll be sharing to you into
ಅಣ್ಣ
the course
ಅಂಕಿತು
later
ಗಾಡಿ
on. And now, here on the screen, we have Taj Sets and the iconic personality who is Chief of Human Resources, Head of Human Resources from Taj Sets. Dr. Rajeev Kumar, we welcome you on board, sir. We are delighted that you acceded to our request and joined us. Friends, let me share it with you that Dr. Rajeev is a
और
PhD
कोई
and a
चार
person who has
सदस्य
served with industry with with a more than 2 decades of experience. You see, a person who has been associated
हम्म
with many organizations
तो मतलब
and has
आगे
an
आगे
experience of
आगे एक बार के
nurturing.
पहले ही ऊपर जाते हैं फिर आते हैं
I think somebody has forgotten to unmute himself. Let me do that. It should be fine now. So, friends, Dr. Rajiv has been presently Head of Human Resources with Taj Sets. He has been Area Human Resource Director, Taj Rajasthan Hotels and DHR, Rambagh Palace. He has been associated with Indian Hotel Company Limited, Taj Group of Hotels. Before that, he has also been Head of Human Resources with Max Healthcare, and he has also been associated with ITC Hotels in his early career. An alumnus of Himachal Pradesh University and Kurukshetra University. I would like Dr. Divya Malhan, my colleague, Additional Director, Center for Life Skills and Soft Skills, to formally welcome Dr. Rajiv on board and we start with today's session. Welcome, Dr. Rajiv. We are grateful to you and over to Dr. Divya to formally welcome Dr. Rajiv.
Thank you, Professor Jaya. Thank
Thank
you.
you so much, sir. And good morning, everybody. Thank you for giving me this opportunity of introducing such a great personality. In fact, sir, I was looking forward for your lecture. When Professor Ashish told me, and he gave me the schedule that I'm planning these great people on board. So I was just wondering how you people would be like looking. Because once I visited Taj Mumbai, so we just had food over there, and it was my 15th anniversary. So me, my husband, and my daughter, we were by chance in Mumbai at that time. So we said, okay, let us celebrate it in the Taj. So we went there and just wanted to have a feel of like what the people there are like and how do they work. So it was a great experience altogether, and it is so nice to see you on board today. And I think all our guests and participants would be delighted to see you on board. So, dear all, let me just introduce sir, and I will not take much of the time between you and him because I know you would be loving to hear him rather than us. So, I would just like to introduce him in a small way. In fact, sir has been leading the human resources as a senior associate at the ITC hotels from December 2000 to May 2003. And then he was the unit head of human resources at Max Healthcare from October 2004 to July 2005. He has been in IHCL, that is the Taj Group of Hotels, for around 10 years and 11 months, and he has been the Director of Human Resources, Taj Krishna, Hyderabad, from February 2011 to June 2016, and he has also been at Taj Chandigarh from 2007 December to January 2011. And as Area Human Resources Director, he has been at the Taj Rajasthan Hotels in DHR Rambagh Palace, the Indian Hotels Company IHCL, from July 2016 to December 2019. And right now, he's the head of human resources. That is what Professor Ashish has also explained. And I think, sir, you are doing a great job because about over 20 years of experience in human resources and hospitality, healthcare, and aviation. And he has been catering sectors across geographies. He's worked in competitive environments with customer focused organizations having strict regulatory compliance. And these organizations have kept their focus high on human capital, agility, and innovation. Contributed effectively in building HR strategy, foreseeing future business challenges, and leveraging HR expertise to achieve business results and HR costs. Believing in partnering, facilitating, and coaching of business managers to help them understand the HR requirements of the business and providing solutions, advices, and expertise to meet their needs. He has displayed execution excellence by the way of building execution strategy for key HR plans with business heads and corporate, benchmarking of HR indices with business and competitive environment, and building strong HR processes and continuous improvement. The key focus areas that Sir has been focusing on are heading the entire HR gamut of organization, culture building, taking initiatives to create a winning team, business partnering, capability and capacity building, change management, talent acquisition, and onboarding excellence, executing excellence, employee performance and productivity, talent management and engagement, key talent retention, quality learning and development, administration, and IR. Oh my God, sir. Is it really one person doing all this? So this is what I think, Professor Ashish, today you're looking astonishing with that lovely cap of yours. And I think the way you have set the tempo of the workshop in the morning, that is amazing. So welcome all and welcome everybody and welcome Dr. Rajeev Kumar. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. In fact, Professor Ashish and Professor Divya, thank you very much. I'm indeed humbled with your kind words, and thank you very much. In fact, you have narrated everything what I have done in last 20 years. So I don't want any of you to get overwhelmed. This has happened over a period of time, and to be honest, like the way you said, so many things, it's not one person's job. It's a teamwork actually. So at every stage, I was part of the team. I got the team members, and today I'm leading a big team, and all of them are equally contributing towards all these causes. So, in fact, the moment I got in touch with Professor Dahiya, he spoke to me, and I was very excited. See, apart from my job, what excites me is talking to people like you, who is from academia, learn from you, because you guys are, on the, I would say you guys are always on the line of fire. You are, interacting with young aspirant students. They have a lot of questions. I'm sure you must be, in a business entity, we do not get that kind of, questions every day, because here the systems, processes over a period of time are set and they are stabilized. And there is one more disadvantage in the organizations. As you grow in the hierarchy up, the direct questions to you become lesser and lesser. Whereas in your case, whenever you go in front of students, you will always have very meaningful questions. So I feel that, with your experience of the outlook that you have is amazing. It can be a great learning experience for me. That's how I was looking at this interaction. Uh, can I share my screen with your permission? If
Sir, please, sir.
Yeah, just give me a minute, please. This one. So actually, we are used to Microsoft Teams and Google Meets. 1 minute. So yeah, I can see the share. So yes, now there is something called screen and share.
Share.
Instant connect. It's connecting.
It's connected.
Yeah, 1 minute. It is still connecting. 1 minute.
By the time the screen is shared, let me say, friends, how fortunate you are that having an iconic personality like Dr. Rajiv. You see, anyone can use brick and mortar to construct buildings, but it is not the buildings that adds difference. It's the human touch that adds value to that organization. And when I switch this button of my phone, it is off. And if I press it again, it's on. But essentially, it is not with the human beings. When I greet Dr. Divya, she may respond to me, hello, Ashish. She might respond to me, hello, Prof. And she might not respond to me, right? So managing human resources is indeed a tough challenge. And particularly when you are into luxury services, think about an experience you are flying with an airline and you are being served meals. and you say, wow, what a fantastic meal from where it has come, and you see Taj sets, right? And getting those chefs on work and giving consistency and the taste 365 days a year, year after year, is a big, big challenge. And that's what Taj is known for. And that's what Dr. Rajiv enables the team at Taj to be perfect in delivery of services. Over to Rajiv, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. So, can you just confirm if you are able to see the screen?
Yes, it is visible, sir.
All right. So, I would like to take you back to my college days. What excited me always was one word called tourism. So, whenever I hear this word, whenever I read this word, I always used to get excited. For me, tourism is going to different places, exploring different geographies, meeting different people, and knowing more and more all the time. So whenever trust me, whenever I feel like say for example, wherever you say in 2011, while I got the opportunity and my company offered me transfer to Hyderabad from Chandigarh. Trust me, the first thing that came to my mind was not the challenge that I will have to talk to Telugu crowd or I will have to deal with multiple unions over there and I will have a very different challenge. I will have to uproot my home from Chandigarh and go and redo everything. But the first thing that came to my mind was I will be able to explore South India. And I remember, my it was less than 8 months that I was in Hyderabad, and I told my boss that I'm going on a leave for 10 days. He said, "Where are you going?" I said, "My parents have come. I am going to Rameshwaram." So he told me that, "What have you come here for? Job करने आया है, तीर्थ करने आया है." So I told him, "Sir, you know this." The first thought that had come to my mind was I want to explore South India, and this assignment, the biggest motivator for me to come from Chandigarh to Hyderabad was exploration part of this part of the India, not anything else. So I have over a period of time, over a period of 2 decades, I have seen, I have experienced this sector myself. I have been part of the service provider team. I have been part of the experience team, and I have seen different nuances that are required to be a successful hotelier or a professional in the tourism industry. Uh, and see, HR plays a very, very vital role when it comes to institutionalizing various things in the organization. We in the corporate parlance, we call it governance. So governance is a very complex process for any successful. The more smoother organization you see, there is a very, very big and complex governance process working behind it. The more the complexity of the governance process, more it is smoother on the front end. Like the way Professor Divya, she was sharing her experience of Mumbai while she was here to celebrate a special occasion at Taj Mumbai. Things look very smooth, very calm, and the ambience is so great. Then you feel like very light music. You feel like sitting there. You feel like enjoying. You feel like being with yourself. But if you see at the back end, there is a very complex operating system which is operating. From the front end, it may look as the entertainment package, but from the back end, it is very, very complex operating system. And yes, Professor Ashish Daya, I'm really thankful to you. You took up the incidents of 2611 and raised certain very, very valid thoughts that how come an organization, how far an organization can succeed in creating and inculcating the kind of atmosphere and culture in the organization where people are willing to lay their lives despite not being in the defense sector. It is equated and it is almost equated with the life of that of a defense personnel. The way people had all the choices, in a big hotel like Taj Mahal, Mumbai. There are dozens of doors to go out, but it was incredible to see that people were not coming out. They were all going in and rushing inside, and they were trying to go and do their best, save the guests, etc. So, and of course, it goes without saying that it has become one of the biggest case studies in the world today. The best of the colleges in the world today, they take up this example, and I feel very humbled and very proud to be part of this great organization called Tata's. And I'm sure you must have seen the latest. Let me pamper myself again for a minute about Tata's. That you must have seen a couple of months ago there was a survey of best brands in India to work, and over 3,500 companies were voted for this. And I think Tata Group alone was voted for more than 55% of the total votes. So it gives a lot of the pleasure, a lot of encouragement, and this is what keeps us going. And I always tell my young friends, like all of you, that over a period of time, Tata Group is no more a company now. It has become an institution which is dedicated in terms of creating values, principles, ethics. So, and over a period of time, I have seen wherever we interact, you go to any company, you will definitely find somebody sitting at top who has worked in Tata's, IHCL, or any of the Tata Group companies. So you can see there is a clear acceptance of the professional norms set and created by Tata Group, IHCL, Taj Hotels. And thank you very much for reminding me all this. I second my opinion. I feel myself as a blessed beneficiary of all this inherited heritage of this great organization. So now let me just now let's focus a bit towards the HR, the role of HR in an organization. So first of all, what I feel is HR is a business function actually. Sooner people realize it, better it is for them. Especially for the HR fraternity, I always say HR is not a standalone function. HR is HR is a business function basically. The more you know about the business, better you are equipped to address its needs. Wherever you will find that people are just doing the HR without knowing the business, there is a problem of integration. Same goes true for you. For you, like the way the core for HR is business, like for you, the core is industry. What does the industry want out of the students? You are the producers, students are the product. Fortunately, we are sitting on the buyer side. Industry is the buyer. So more we know about industry, more we know about the requirement of the industry, better it is for the producer to tweak the processes and align it to the requirement of the industry. It is here I feel that like HR, the way HR tweaks the things in the running organization. I think all of you need to do the same thing for your great organization. And I think each one of you, before you are anyone doing any particular thing, whether you're doing any administrative work, you're doing any typical imparting instructions to students, sharing anything. All of you are HR people. Anybody who is dealing with the human resources is the HR person. That's what I always tell my line managers and mid management people, that before you are any other manager, before you are titled with any particular manager title, you are the HR manager. Ultimately, you are working with people, and it's extremely important for you to understand different nuances and softer aspects which affect the morale, motivation, emotions, and the outcomes of the people. So it is very important. Same way, the HR plays a very big role in the industry. I'll just share with you how the HR has progressed over a period of time. One minute. I think my screen is frozen. 1 minute. I'll just retry again. So
In the
this is what happens
meantime,
when you do not touch anything for some time, it freezes. In the corporate parlance, it is called whatever is reviewed survives. Whatever is not reviewed, it automatically dies the natural death. So reviews are very important in our setup, especially in the corporate world. Are you able to? Is my screen?
sir, it is visible, but it is blinking.
1 minute. There is. Hmm?
In the meantime, Dr. Rajeev is back with his screen. I'll request the participants to switch on their cameras and request the IT team of university to have some snippets quickly. Let's see how many smiling faces do we see on the screen. Pleasure to have Manu Vora, sir. Welcome on board, sir. We are so delighted that during this odd hour from US, you are there with us. We are happy to see Dr. Divya, Dr. Anita, Mr. Joshi ji, Smriti Sehgal ji, Dr. Dinesh. Lovely. I'll request in the meantime, Adit, to kindly take photographs. Let's have lovely smiling faces on board. Superb. I'm posting these photos simultaneously into your WhatsApp groups, which have been created for this. And let me reassure you that you would be getting the case study of Taj by Harvard University today, and would strongly insist that you must read that interesting case by Rohit Deshpande.
So, are you able to see the screen now?
Not yet, sir.
Not yet, sir.
Okay, 1 minute. I'm sorry, this is taking a little longer.
Sir, you'll have to go at the bottom. You'll find an option of share. Yes, now it is visible, sir. Visible.
Now it is visible. 1 minute.
See.
Are you able to see the presentation or just blank screen?
No, sir. The first slide is visible, and then we could see that there was the presentation is visible, sir. Yes.
Now it is visible. Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay, sorry. So this is basically the evolution of HR. If you see, till 80s, people used to call it personnel management. And slowly and gradually, while we headed towards 2000, a new term called human capital management emerged. Human resource management, human capital management. And today we call this as talent management. And that's not all. I think this is now further changing, and we are expecting something that it will be known tomorrow. So we are just waiting for what is the next term which will emerge in next couple of years of time. The approximations are hinting towards employee experience. Professor Ashish, am I audible?
Yes, you are clearly
Yeah.
audible.
Yes, sir, very
Okay.
much, sir.
Yeah. So, see, now in all likelihoods, you must have seen, because now the new gen population, employees, they are expecting something else. Their expectations are totally different from the employers now. They are no more people like us who joined 2 decades back or 15 years back and were satisfied with certain things being offered by the organization as per their choices. But now the new gen workforce is in a commanding position, and they are good enough to make the management think and offer certain things in the organization as per their choice. So as a result of that, there is a lot of flexibility which is emerging. The traditional processes are heading towards the automation. So you will see, with the effect of COVID, even the small to mid-sized organizations also, they have also realized the importance of automation, and a lot of companies are investing their time, money, and resources into automation of the processes. Same goes true for the HR also. And now the automation is empowering the workforce of the organization today with a lot of information. And information is available on their phones, smartphones. People can see the system on the phone. You can actually consume the data on the system, say whether it comes to your normal attendance. So now the attendance has moved. You must have seen that, initially it was that biometric thing. Now it has gone to facial recognition based system or geofencing based attendance system. And the daily mood analysis of the associates, there are great tools that are there in the market now, basically popularly known as Pulse. So these kind of tools are there, which gives us the pulse of the employees, and their the kind of engagement they are displaying at this point of time. So you can say, it was a very awkward question had somebody asked 5 years ago that what is the mood of your organization today. So anybody will say mood of the organization. आदमी का mood तो सुना है, लेकिन organization का mood क्या होता है? I mean, but today we have got scientific tools which can give us a clear indication of the mood of the employees in the organization. So, see, especially in the hospitality and tourism, you have to understand one thing, that employees are very, 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 very important. Especially the tourism industry, it's a labor intense industry. It is just not like the manufacturing setup, wherein we can automate the processes just like automobile company or pharma company, and the product can come out. You see any hotel, you see any resort, and you see the processes, everything is Maximum majority of the things are done with the hands, and a lot of people are involved in running any successful hotel. So it is extremely important that we keep our employees happy, and thus comes the concept of employee experiences. So a lot of companies are investing now in the initiatives called associate initiatives. You will almost find in every company. Every company is trying to standardize all these processes, trying to imbibe the best practices of associate engagement and create those moments of truth for the employees, wherein they feel valued, they feel happy, they feel welcomed, and their presence or their existence is celebrated. And if any organization is able to do that, then need not to say employees will do the rest. Whatever is required to do in terms of making the customer happy, definitely employees will create all those moments for the consumers. That's what we had been talking about. What it takes for an organization to create that kind of atmosphere wherein people feel for the organization and make the biggest sacrifice for the organization. It only happens when the organization succeeds in creating those moments of truth for the employees. So HR plays a very, very vital role in that. So if you see the HR practices, it's as I told you, it's a function of business. The best part is that if we invest in the development of the people, then we don't have to bother about the productivity of the associates. Wherever there are adequate amount of investment in the people developments are happening, the productivity of people are very, very high in those kind of setups. So same goes true for us also. As an organization, Tata Group invests a lot of resources in terms of people development. I don't know, have you heard about, and has anybody heard about TMTC Pune? And anyone, have you heard about TMTC Pune?
Participants can unmute themselves and answer, or can respond into the chat box.
So unfortunately, I'm able to see the screen, this PPT only. I'm not able to see you guys. So anybody has heard about TMTC Pune?
Sir, if I'm not wrong, it's Tata Tomorrow University.
Yeah, it's basically Tata Management Training Center.
Okay. There is a message into the chat box I'm reading out, which has come. DM Sharmaji says, yes, sir. He has heard about it. So.
Great, very nice. So this Tata Management Training Center, it's basically a center of excellence which is dedicated only for the development of executives and talent within the Tata Group. And just for a kind of information, say for example 7 days kind of program, I have attended few programs in this facility. It is as expensive as it can cost you 1.5 to 2 lakhs, 7 to 10 days of program. It is of that caliber. They call the best of the best from the industry, best of the best from the best colleges in the world, and create that kind of learning content and develop the resources. And this center is completely dedicated for Tata Group companies. So we have got approximately around 100 group companies at this point of time. And here, various programs keep on coming on quarterly basis, monthly basis, and all the companies nominate their executives and send them for training. So, so the thing that I want to tell you is the investment on the resources has been taken as a very, very important thing, which helps the Tata Group companies to fuel the talent requirements of the future. So when it comes to the HR practices, The next age of the proposition is attracting the talent.
Away from it.
So when we talk about the attraction of talent, then see, every organization has got their own strategies to attract the best, retain the best, compensate the best. But the best uh, retention of talent can only happen. It doesn't happen just with the acquisition of the best talent. It only happens when there is a co-creation. When people are involved in creating the vision. When all those targets, goals, mission, and visions are shared and they are co-created by the teams. And I'm sure you will agree, Professor, if there is a particular thing which is created as a mission of the university and none of you are involved in that, it will just be a statement for you guys. But if there is something which is created and all of you are involved and something comes out of a deliberation of 15 days, 20 days, 1 month, or 45 days, and everybody's inputs are taken, that kind of co-creation will have a much larger acceptance and adoption.
Absolutely, sir.
So same goes true for the organizations. You must have seen all the companies have got their mission, vision, values. You will see these three things you will always find: mission, vision, and value. And any company which creates using the co-creation, taking the inputs from the associates, from all the stakeholders, those kind of companies always succeed. Right? So please feel free whenever you have any particular question. Please feel free. I don't want this to be just one big communication. You please feel free if there is any particular thing you want to ask.
Participants can put it into the chat box. I would be happy to moderate it for the same. As and when you have any questions, please feel free to ask from Rajeev sir. I'll take the questions from chat box and moderate it. Please continue.
Yes. Thank you very much, Professor. So, see, when it comes to our setup, our company, when we think of attracting the talent, we see there are basically two sources. One is, of course, the campus, and one is the open market. Especially when we want to do management training kind of program, which is a very, very structured program, and we have got the bandwidth to do those kind of programs. We have got learning and development department. We have got the full-fledged HR departments operating in all the locations. So it goes a long way in going for management training program kind of program. And here we can go to various colleges, various campuses as per the requirement of our organization. We can every organization has got their own short listing of colleges, and likewise we also have the same thing in practice in TASATs as well. So we go to the campuses, and the second is always the on-demand talent. There's something which you cannot predict. If say somebody at the senior level has left, or somebody in the middle management has left, this will always come under the on-demand kind of talent, and probably you might have to go to open market. Say for example, if you want to get somebody skilled in the kitchen area or in the operations, then of course it takes very, very long time for you to take a fresher, develop that fresher, and bring that person's skill set to a level wherein the objective of the organization could be achieved. So in this kind of scenario, we always prefer open market, and we acquire the talent. See, for that, we have got a very simple talent framework. We call it ABCD. We have got very, very clear guidelines: A for acquire, B for build internally, C for continue whatever we have. It cannot happen that you're just acquiring from outside and you're just focusing on building the new one, but you're not focusing enough on the strength that you have. It is equally important to hold on to your strengths. So that comes as a C framework of talent. And fourth is discard. Discard means what are the capabilities that are no more required at this point of time, or probably going forward, and we need to plan to transform all that. Discard doesn't mean that we throw them out or we ask them to leave the job. No, it doesn't happen in the Tata Group. Discard only means we need to identify those roles and we need to transform all those roles into the future roles, which I will share with you going forward. How do we do that? So I was just thinking how this slide is moving so smoothly. Finally, it has got stuck.
Well, interesting. By the time, I think, yes, it has started
Yeah,
moving.
it has moved actually.
So,
So I'm sure all of you know, with your experience, and I feel you're handling very, very large groups. You're handling very demanding stakeholders, students, and you know all these things. But these are the very, very basic when it comes to the softer aspects for the people function in any organization.
sir, allow me to intervene in between. There is a question that has popped up into the chat box. Dr. Vijay asks that, sir, please tell us the employees' wellness initiatives with your organization.
So, see, employee wellness is a very, very important function today for every organization. And especially during the COVID period, the wellness initiatives, we all the organizations, all those organizations, those who were lagging, they have also realized the need of this particular function. And when it comes to employee wellness, it is divided into various parts. One is the medical part of it. How do you take care of the sickness or health issues of the employees? So for that, we have got a very, very large framework wherein we have got our internal hospitalization assistance. We have got medical in policies to extend the coverage to the employees and their families. And second part of it is the mental wellness. Over a period of time, we have realized as an organization that mental wellness or psychological well-being, emotional well-being of employees are equally important. And keeping that in mind, we have, as a group, we have tied up with a company called One-to-One Help. If you know about this company, One-to-One Help, they are very, very skilled and specialized organization in terms of providing counseling, mentoring, and all sort of assistance. And what we have done is we have tied up this company, and we have shared the database of our employees with this company. And with everybody in the organization, we have shared the contact details, email IDs. In case of need, people can reach out. And this is completely anonymous. Say, for example, I have got 10 people working in my team, and some of them is not feeling well, or even this extend the coverage not only to employees, also to the employees' families. Say somebody's wife is not feeling well, somebody's son is not feeling well, he's feeling disoriented, somebody is disoriented to the extent that somebody want to commit even suicides. Those kind of people can also reach out to these people, and they are very, very skilled professionals, and they listen to these people, and they even take the calls at 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the night. And though they, due to anonymity, they do not share the data who has reached out to us, but as a summary, they share quarterly basis. They share with us that how many people they were disoriented to the extent that wanted to commit suicide. They were not seeing any value or meaning in life or in the job or the setup they were in, and they wanted to take extreme steps. And all those people, after getting in touch with them, they also have slowly come back into the mainstream of life. So these kind of facilities are being provided to the associates in our company. I hope it it answers to some extent, if not complicates any further.
Certainly, sir.
Okay, so thank you very much. And in fact, this was very important question. Thank you very much for asking this question. And likewise, we have also realized that as an organization, it is very easy to hire a company called one-to-one help and extend the services of that company to the associates. But where does this problem come from? We are investing equally in that's particular on this particular issue also. Ultimately, this problem is arising out of a particular source. Probably my supervisors or my mid-management level line managers or probably certain senior leaders, they are not uh, that good in the finer aspects of handling the human resource in the company. They are not treating the people fairly in the organization. Probably they are not very empathetic. They are not very inclusive. They are not including the teams. They are imposing their wishes on the people. It happens in all the organizations everywhere. It happens everywhere. And I would say we are also not free from this issue. There are, because this all depends on the rational and thought process, education, and the professional background of certain people, especially when we hire the people from outside in the on demand from the market, and we take senior people from there where people are not acculturized to the culture of our organization. There we find this problem more. And certain times, if certain people are empathetic, they are trying to include everybody, but there is the issue of consistency. So we continuously, as an organization, strive to build the capabilities of the people on these core issues.
Sir, participants are getting enthused by the ideas and the points which you are sharing. There is another question that has popped up into the chat box. Anant Verma says that, sir, I'm curious to know about that whether Taj Group takes any steps to balance the work-life balance. If yes, then can you please highlight few of them, because that might be one of the reasons that Taj is one of the best places to work within.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's a very good question, and in fact, work-life balance is a great concept that has emerged over a period of last 4 5 years. So, see, a lot of initiatives have been taken by Taj Group of hotels in this direction. So, see, first of all, we have introduced 6 weekly offs. Earlier, we used to have only 4 weekly offs. So now, at the company level, we have introduced 6 weekly offs. We have got a special benefit called special employee benefit, under which 20 room nights at a very subsidized rates are being offered to the employees. Anybody can go anywhere across the globe, whether anybody want to go to Goa, Mumbai, London, Dubai, Maldives, Sri Lanka, wherever you want to go. You can go and you can avail this benefit at the minimal this thing. I will tell you the impact of this. Today, my wife and my kids remember how many room nights have been availed by me. So, and more than me, they make the plan that next time we want to go to this particular location and we want to spend these many days over there. And probably after exam, we'll keep 4 nights and we'll go there. So you can understand the engagement and the bonding of the families. I remember sometimes if I discuss certain things with my family that, what do you think? I'm in this company for a very long time. They are the biggest opposers. Nowhere. We are very happy. You being working with this company. So you can understand, the reach of the organization in terms of providing these work-life balances. It has gone not only to the employees, it has reached to the last person in the family. Apart from this, there are a lot many other things. We celebrate the birthdays of employees, wherein we give the vouchers for 4 people to come and dine in the coffee shop at the cost of the company. So, there are few things which are being, adopted by the company and well appreciated by all the associates in the company. I hope
Thank you,
it will.
sir. Sir, there is another question that has popped up, and the participants are, you see, actively listening to you. Dr. Suraksha raises a question that's, what are the most prominent motivators at workplace like Taj Group? And then Anita also raises a question that, sir, please tell about the Taj HDP program.
Okay. See, when it comes to the motivators, let's take one by one. So, when it comes to the motivation, see, the biggest motivator that we have seen over a period of time is the brand value. The brand value of our organization is that great that we are a clear-cut market leader in the Southeast Asia now. And you must have seen over a period of time, in last especially 2 years during the COVID, you must have seen what happened in the, I don't want to name the group chains, what happened to their employees. Half a dozen of my friends at the senior level, they had to lose their job. The difference of a good and great organization only is visible in the bad times. Today, I am proud to say that we have not asked even a single person to leave the job. And we have come back, rather we have bounced back in the business again. And in turn, I would say the market, in terms of market share, say for example, Taj Sats was having 37% market share pre-COVID. Today, our market share has grown to 62%. And today, IHCL has emerged as one of the biggest, the world's #1 hospitality brands. And we were talking to the MD and CEO of IHCL, who happens to be the chairman for Taj Sats. He said, the problem at my table is that I have got at least 80 agreements to be signed. 80 owners want to engage with IHCL. They want to have the venture. They want to come under the umbrella of IHCL, Taj Hotels. So, over a period of time, we have, in this difficult time, we have done so much in terms of corporate social responsibility, helping the people, migrant laborers, medical fraternity. You must have seen, read in the newspaper how great response as an organization we have given to this situation. And as a result of this, we have emerged further stronger as a brand in the market. So this is a very big motivator for the people. And of course, over a period of time, we are very, very consistent and great pay masters. It may not be true for the beginners, but at the mid level and the top management level, yes, it goes true. Second question is about the HDP program. HDP is Hoteliers Development Program. You can say this is the management training program. It is basically 18 months program for the operations and 24 months program for the kitchen, wherein we take the students from premier colleges in India and train them within our facilities and make them ready for the future talent requirement of the organization. Anybody who gets selected through this program, there is a strong likelihood that person may reach to the level of general manager within 8 to 10 years of time, depending on the performance of the person. I hope I have not confused you any further.
Thank you, sir. It has been really a very fruitful and an amazing session where the discussions are going and the participants are raising queries and they're getting fantastic responses. Dr. Suraksha conveys thank you to you into the chat box, sir.
Pleasure. Thank you very much. In fact, I'm really enjoying your questions. So, again, let me just request my computer if it allows me to go further. So
Sir.
I would like to just skip and have you guys heard about this term? Anybody? Professor, anybody? I want to unmute. I want you to unmute. Anybody?
Anyone who knows about we live in the VUCA world can put it into the chat box or unmute themselves and respond to it. Let's see who responds fast.
VUCA. VUCA is the terminology which emerged in 1980s. Actually, it is very old. It is 40 years old now.
Volatile, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity.
Very nice. Thank you very
Anita
much.
ji answers this question, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Perfect. Perfect. Absolutely right. So we are living in a volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous world. And you must have seen over a period of time what all has happened, certain glimpses over a period of few decades. You must have seen what happened. Right from the drives to change to Me Too to Make America Great Again. You know what happened to this Hilton hotel? I'm just showing you certain glimpses how volatile world is today. Nobody had imagined that there would be floods in the roads of France. This is even more scary. There are approximations that vital part of the Mumbai over a period of time may get submerged in the water. And this, I'm sure all of us know. Nobody had thought about this, but this happened. And we have started living with this also. You know the biggest problem who are facing today? The gastroenterologists in India. So gastro doctors, उनके clinic बिल्कुल खाली हो चुके हैं. You know why? Now people have started washing hands, people have started putting masks, and they have started taking all the hygiene and the safety measures. And as a result of this, the number of cases in the gastro have drastically gone down in India. I'm sure you must have heard about this, Professor. I'm sure you must have heard about this.
Sir, I do wish to share one experience here in this connect when you talked about COVID. And that's how the brand Taj mesmerizes the people and has an impact. During COVID times, November last year, there was an assignment and I deferred it thrice, but I couldn't defer it anymore. And I had to travel to Amritsar. So the first condition that my family imposed on me was that in case if after deferring thrice it is unavoidable, you will have to assure us that you would be staying at Taj only and there would be no other choice. And that's what speaks volume about Taj, that how much trust people and families have in the brand Taj, that the kind of hygiene and sanitation they maintain has been indeed amazing. And believe me, sir, when I was there at Taj Amritsar, I was mesmerized to see that the levels of hygiene and sanitation they had maintained, they were truly amazing. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. I'm again humbled with your kind words for Taj. So, you must have known the recent crisis. The semiconductor chips are not available. You know what happened is at the advent of COVID, the sale of the automobile companies dipped like anything. And as a result of this, the demand of the semiconductor chips also went down. But on the flip side, what happened is the demand for the white goods, household goods, it increased exponentially because everybody was working from home. Everybody wanted the dishwasher. Everybody wanted the bigger fridge because even the raw material supply was also affected. So people wanted to store more. Everybody wanted juicers, mixers, grinders, whatever. So as a result of this, unfortunately, the semiconductor chips, these chips, they are the common chips for all the electronic parts, whether you put in the car or you put in the refrigerator. So all these companies, they very happily, quietly diverted all their supplies to the white goods. And over a period of time, after 18 months, suddenly the automobile companies also started seeing a spike in the sale. And demand grew that strong that, and also, of course, in the Far East, there was one semiconductor chip factory which got gutted due to fire. So there were only three semiconductor chip factories in the world. So out of which one got the fire. So now two were left to supply the semiconductor chips. And as a result of this, the automobile industry has got a big jolt, and they are likely to suffer revenue losses of $61 billion in terms of sale. So see how volatile world are we living in. So definitely the world around us is changing much faster than our imagination. I'm sure you must have heard the statement of Jack Welch. He always used to say, if the speed of change outside is more than the speed of change inside, then inverted commas begin, end is in sight, commas closed. Same goes true for all the organizations, whether it's a manufacturing organization, whether it is a hospitality and tourism organization, it's academic organization. If we do not know what is happening outside, and the pace of change of the outside world is more than the pace of the change of inside, then definitely we are not going to survive. And survival is the fittest. Okay, so now a little bit of, I'm sure you must have seen this, the World Economic Forum, they have shared their Future Jobs Report 2020, and they have shared the various reasons for this particular report. And they have also highlighted the top 15 skills. What would be the top skills for 2021? They were always there. They were always there, but they have listed how the skills, what top qualities would be required in terms of future jobs. See, this is very interesting. If you see the unemployment risk that has been projected, you can see this slide, how the accommodation and the food service, how the retail, how the construction and the manufacturing, healthcare services. So they have projected this report has also given an indication that there could be some transition in the jobs. If you see the entertainment, food and beverage, look at the food and beverage. People from the food and beverage sector could even go to the education and the management sector, financial services, hospitals and healthcare. And this has actually happened. One of my friend who used to work as operations manager is now the facility manager in one of the leading hospital in Hyderabad. So I have seen I have seen all these transitions happening in last 6 to 8 months of time. See I want you to give a little attention to this slide. See how the future jobs are looking, how the roles are getting, transition is happening into the current roles into the future roles. See how the marketing function is getting. The marketing function is getting into sales, content, marketing. Look at the HR. Nothing much is changing, but it's no more HR. It's people and culture. It's about the people experience and culture building. And now, just a very small. I want to touch upon this strategy. It's very important because I think all of us we have certain strategies to do our job effectively. Agree? How will I conduct my class? How will I take my syllabus? How will I cover my content part? So there are clear cut strategies with each and every individual. Same goes true for the organizations at the larger level. There are definitely strategies behind the actions. And the biggest strategy, if you have to define the strategy, then it can be defined in just one word: differentiation. Differentiation is strategy. That's it. If you are different from others, you have got a great strategy. And when it comes to differentiation, you have to avoid doing certain things. Don't do the things what your competitors are doing. Last line is very important. Lack of differentiation is no strategy. Anything which cannot create a differentiation is not a strategy. This is very interesting. It has come out of a great research. Can you see this iceberg of ignorance? So, Professor Dhaya, are we there?
Yes, sir, we are here. We are very much
Okay,
here.
okay. Sometimes it happens so that I should know if I'm not talking to myself only. पता चले बाकी सब drop हो गए.
No, sir, we are actively listening to you.
So this is very interesting and powerful picture. This is called iceberg of ignorance, and this says the top management is only aware about the 4% problems. 96% of the problems are not known to the top managers. Middle managers only know 9%. 74% of the problems are known to the supervisors. And associates know 100% problems. That's what I always talk to my team, that whatever is coming to our attention, we cannot leave that unaddressed, because that is only between 4 to 9%. And if we do not give attention to what is coming to our notice, it means we are taking a very big risk, because up to 90% problem we are not aware, and whatever problem is in our notice, if we can afford to ignore that, we will not be doing any good to the organization. Same goes true for all the organizations, and probably you also. It's up to you, probably you have to see to what extent are you aware about the issues. But I can tell you, your students know 100% problems. So my suggestion is, if our integration and engagement with the students, if it is at such a level wherein the communication is very seamless and no answer is a stupid, no question is a stupid question, and if we create that kind of atmosphere wherein people are welcomed for any kind of feedback, any kind of questions, any kind of suggestions, then I think we can go easily a little deeper into the issues and we can understand the things in much better, and probably we can, do or create. This would be co-creation. All right, going forward. So, by any chance, can you see what can you see? So, Professor Daya,
Looking forward for the answers from the participants. You see, you are responding to an iconic personality who heads Taj sets. So, Anup ji mentions illusion, Atul ji mentions rabbit, Anand says bird, Anita says a rabbit and a bird. Sarsi, your viewers are listening to you and paying attention to your session very religiously. Prashant says black buck. Purushottam says rabbit and a duck. Hardaman says perception.
yes, I think all of you are right. On the one side, it's a duck. On the other side, it's a rabbit. It's both. Very nice. These are not two pictures. They appear. It's just one picture. Same goes true for the HR and probably all of you. Sometimes things appear very different on the face of it, but they are actually not. So we need to be very, 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 very careful when it comes to dealing with people. Can you see this picture?
Yes, sir.
Which side is it turning?
Let's see the responses from the participants.
Yeah.
I'm waiting you for your responses into the chat box. The question which
Is it clockwise or anti-clockwise?
Neeraj says left, Adit says clockwise, Neeraj says anti-clockwise, Rajat says seems both, Anand says illusion, Komal says clockwise, Shraboni ji says clockwise, Meenakshi Pandey ji says both, Chandrasekhar ji says clockwise, Chef Ritu says clockwise, Anita ji says clockwise and anti-clockwise, Himanshi says clockwise, Kamrul Haq says from left to right. Ketanji says clockwise, both. T. Milton says both. Prashant says she's standing on left foot and is moving clockwise. Chirag says both. Adit says illusions of both combined. Subrata Nagpalji says it depends on our view. Atul says keeps changing direction. So that's an amazing response the participants are giving, sir.
Amazing. Thank you very much. It's both. It's clockwise and anti-clockwise both.
Thank you, sir.
So thank you very much. Great response. I am now up to you in case anybody want to ask any question.
Sir, there's a question that has popped into the chat box. I didn't took it at that time and left it deliberately for taking it at the later part of the session. This question is from Nilesh Wagmare. Forgive me, Nilesh, if I'm not able to pronounce your name correctly. So Nilesh says, good morning, sir. Kindly advise me on career prospects and future path for students of hospitality and tourism in Taj sets. Thank you.
Thank you very much. First of all, very good morning to you. And see, the prospects of job in hospitality are very, very bright at this point of time. I think on the one hand, we have faced the challenge of COVID and we have seen the downturn. But I think the best part is that, we have emerged much stronger. And Indian market has shown, I just want to share with you in confidence the data that we are experiencing in IHCL. We certain locations like Goa, Rajasthan, except metros, barring metros, if you see all the leisure destinations, they have already touched the pre-COVID levels. And the best part is all those people who were going overseas, the elite segment of India who were going for overseas travel, they have become the feeder for these markets. And as a result of this, the rate which was being paid by the FITs and the foreign travelers to us, it has been compensated by the Indian travelers to the extent of 80 to 90%, which shows the very, very strong fundamentals of tourism industry in India. And as far as the job prospects are concerned, last week I was in Goa, so I was talking to the area HR. We were sitting with him and we were asking him. So the talent requirement has actually gone up because the occupancy levels have improved 15 to 20% better than the pre-COVID levels. Because today everybody is willing to travel, and the we were in touch with the various colleges for the campus interviews, etc., etc., and they have also given very, very good feedback about the placement which is picking up. But yes, in certain quadrants, it's very, very gradual, and I'm sure it'll pick up over a period of time. Still, the scares of Omicron and all is there, but I think in next couple of months, things will be much better, and by the time we hit April, I think we should be back at the full throttle. That's what my feel is. And second, as far as the job prospects in TASETs are concerned, TASETs is equally a promising organization. Anybody who wants to build career in the aviation catering and hospitality, it's a great company, and we also have got the management training program. In fact, we are at this point of time, we are doing the interviews. I am personally visiting Kolkata tomorrow to take the final round of interviews. So my team is working in Mumbai and Delhi. So we are trying to take a small batch of management trainees at this point of time, just to begin with.
Sir Nilesh says, thank you so very much for attending to the questions so meticulously. And I think before we bid bye-bye and express gratitude to Rajeev sir, let's quickly take one or two more questions. Should the participants have any queries or questions, sir would be happy to take. And you see, that's how the charismatic leaders, they give sessions and prove with exemplary leadership. Sir started right on time and like a perfect leader. He has closed the session right on time, not taking much of your slots. Well, there is a question in the meantime that has popped up, sir. Can anyone join Taj sets and have an option of getting intercompany transfer, say Taj Hotels in future?
See, anybody can join Taj sets. As I told you, we have got talent requirements at various levels. If anybody want to join at the entry level, we have got the jobs openings at the entry level. And anybody who is performing well and has given his best, wants to get into IHCL or any other Tata Group company, channel is very well open. I have personally spent 15 years in IHCL, and I have moved from IHCL to Taj Sats. So this is very, very open. The transition is very, very seamless. But yes, see, intercompany mobility is only for the performers. Your performance should be visible at the organization level. That's a prerequisite.
Well, friends, Sir has taken quite good time for all of us and has happily answered to your queries and issues. Before I say a note of thanks to him, I would like to recite a small poetic line which I have jotted right now in honor of him. I could see a message popping up in the chat box in the beginning about Himachali Topi. Well, है से हिमाचल, है से हरियाणा, है से हिंदुस्तान और है से हम करते हैं डॉक्टर राजीव को करबद्ध नमन. So gratitudes to Dr. Rajiv for being there with us on board on this virtual platform of MD University Rohtak through AICT ATAL platform. And let me share it honestly that, sir, I take this opportunity to express my gratitude to you for joining us as a distinguished speaker in this AICT ATAL workshop organized from 13th to 17th December 2021. I'm delighted to share that the participants hailing from 24 different states and union territories of India from different universities, colleges, and institutions have given thorough listening to your words of wisdom. I'm delighted to share that the participants across these states of India are greatly enthused by your session. Your valuable insights into human resources and on a broader domain life skills have no doubt helped the learners in their journey of learning life skills for a blissful life. We hope that you will continue your benign support in our future endeavors as well. And it's an opportunity for all the participants that they can switch on their cameras quickly before it is one more minute remaining and Rajiv sir says bye-bye to us. Let's have some photographs with him and let's keep it as a sweet memoir with us. Let's see how many quick cameras are on, how many smiling faces do we have with the legend personality who lets the staff uh, gear up with smiling faces 24/7 for the hospitality and tourism sector. Well, I'm seeing Ravindraji, Adit, and taking quick screenshots with these smiling faces and posting into your groups so that you have sweet memory. And here we go, taking one more. Let me click it fast. Fantastic. Lovely audience you are. And gratitude to Rajiv sir for their being with us. Thank you. Thank you so very much, sir. We do look forward to have you again with
Thank
us in
you.
times to come.
Thank you, Professor Daya, for your kind words. I am indeed humbled, and it was a great learning experience for me. Wish you all the very best. Have a great day, guys. Thank you.
Gratitude, sir. So, friends, with us we had Dr. Rajiv from Taj Sets, and you could see that how simple, humble, and a modest personality he is. And that's what we do share in our life skills sessions. Stay simple, stay humble, stay modest, but learn life skills and excel in your life. And you see that the kind of aura and the simplicity which he showed to us is indeed mind boggling. Well, we have a short break for 15 minutes, and thereafter we have Dr. Amit Sharma, who would be joining us, who is Vice President and would be talking about product development and sustainability, and has been an expert roaster with United Nations World Tourism Organization. In between, I'll be just muting myself and stopping the video. However, the screen sharing will continue till 11:15 with an interesting video of the Ordinary Heroes of Taj by Rohit Deshpande. And then we welcome our next beloved distinguished speaker, Dr. Amit Sharma. So you can have a cup of tea. I'll also run quickly to have my cup of tea and then move ahead in this journey. Sharing the screen and then going with a cup of tea and rejoining with you in another 15 minutes. Till then, take care. Bye bye.
On the 26th of November 2008, as you just heard, a group of 10 terrorists attacked the city of Mumbai, what used to be called Bombay, in India. They broke up into teams to attack about a dozen different locations. One of those locations was the iconic, beautiful, 103-year-old Taj Mahal Palace Hotel in South Bombay. For 3 nights, 2 days, there was absolute havoc in that hotel. Guests were terrorized, people wounded, shot, killed. This group of terrorists with automatic weapons, plastic explosives and grenades in backpacks roamed freely through this old hotel. Many of us, many of you, witnessed or saw some of that coverage on television at home. Let's take a closer look.
The evening of November 26, 2008, was a typical busy Wednesday for the Taj. More than 500 guests were registered at the hotel. Another 500 to 600 were attending functions in banquet halls or sitting down to dinner in the hotel's 10 restaurants. Shortly after 9 p.m., an explosion rocked the Leopold Cafe just around the corner, less than 200 meters from the Taj. 2 young men pulled out automatic weapons and began firing. Crowds at the Gateway of India and along the street in front of the Taj panicked, many rushing the doors of the hotel. In the ensuing chaos, 2 heavily armed terrorists circumvented the metal detectors and entered the lobby. They were soon joined by the 2 attackers from the Leopold, who broke through a back door.
9:35 or 9:40 was the first call I got from one of my chefs. And I think some shooting is taking place. A person has been shot dead outside my restaurant. Then we heard another gunshot, and I told him on the phone only, I said, just close all the kitchens, all the restaurant doors.
They were banging the door. They were alerting everyone, come out, otherwise we'll shoot you. There were few guests who they were scared and they came out by putting their arms up, and they started hitting them, they started harassing them. It was horrible.
The situation, the entire scenario was very scary. We couldn't judge at that time what is exactly happening in the hotel.
It was a literally war situation. You can hear grenade lobbing around. You can hear the gunshot also.
We did not know the scale of the attack. We did not know what exactly was going on, where they were at that moment. And there was total chaos. My colleagues were trapped with guests in various places, asking me what should we do next.
So picture what's happening inside that hotel. There are 500 guests who are registered at that hotel this night of 26th November. There are an additional 600 or so guests who are in various restaurants, attending various banquets and functions. There are about 600 or so staff members on duty that night. Young people, many of them very young, 20, 30-year-old. Some of them, these staff members had only been working for a few years at this hotel. Many of them fathers and mothers, the sole breadwinners in their families with children at home waiting for them. One of the things, we don't know a lot about the detail about what happened there, but one of the things we do know is that all 600 of these employees knew all the back routes. They knew the exits, they knew the entrances, they knew the hallways, the kitchen galleys. In other words, they knew how to get out and how to get out fast. All the research we have in psychology would tell us that the natural human instinct at a time of terror like this is to flee. So think about it, what you would do. So when I teach this case study at Harvard, I ask my students, I say, how many of these employees do you think fled and how many of them do you think stayed? and they'll hazard guesses, and the maximum they say that would stay would be maybe a quarter, 150 or so. But that's the maximum. Everybody who can run away will run away. Well, the truth of the matter is that nobody ran away. They all stayed. In fact, some of them not only stayed, they helped guests out and came back in to help more guests. It's an amazing story. These are some of their stories.
The staff of the Taj stayed on duty throughout the siege, calming frightened guests and assisting in their rescue. Many even came back inside after leading guests out of the building. Members of the hotel's team of telephone operators, originally evacuated, voluntarily returned to their stations and stayed on all night.
They became the hub of communication at that point. They were the ones calling every single guest room, talking to the guests and telling them to stay in, don't step out, lock your door.
As the terrorists roamed the halls, telephone operators instructed trapped guests to pull their key cards to turn off the illuminated Occupy button in the hallway outside their doors.
The attack started at 9:30 in the evening. Till 4 o'clock they were answering guest calls. I think that speaks a lot for a hotel under attack.
Among the guests at the Taj that night were members of the Global Board of Directors and senior management team of Unilever, who had gathered along with their spouses to honor incoming and outgoing CEOs.
So we had this really elaborate 7-course meal, and that was sort of the setting, the mood. There was warmth, there was laughter, there was a perfect setting for a nostalgic farewell and a perfect setting for a nice welcome. And I heard what seemed to me, which is an untrained ear, like firecrackers in the hotel.
We started getting these text messages and phone calls. There were some gunmen on the loose. The only logical thing to do was to close the doors and just stay put.
Malika came to us and said, we think there's a problem. We're not sure what exactly it is, but I request all of you to be on the ground right now. The level of calm and composure that the staff displayed was amazing, was absolutely amazing, because they had the presence of mind to even advise us, saying, couples, please separate, don't stay at the same place, just be in different corners of the room.
65 lives at stake, so can't take a chance. So obviously we were in touch with security all the time and had a lot of alcohol in the room, so that helped a little.
This went on the whole night. We were on the floor with our hearts in our mouths, with debris falling all around us, the noises of firecrackers all around, and all through the staff kept their composure, kept coming to us saying, do you want some water, do you want something?
Well, I was scared, but there was something more important to be done.
And this went on till 4 or 5 in the morning when the room filled with smoke. So we had no choice but to find a way to escape.
The entire corridor outside the hall was on fire. There was no way we could get out. The fire guys were outside and they were dousing the fire on the 6th floor. And we happened to see Mr. Kang downstairs as well. So he sort of ushered the fire guys to us.
We sort of climbed onto the ledge and did some stuff which in today's normal day I wouldn't be able to do, but we sort of came onto the ledge, climbed down to the ladders which by then the fire brigade people had come. The staff insisted that we would go first, guests would go first. And they kept like that till all of us had come down and then they all came down.
Well, in a way, because I was there, I was looking after the function, I was responsible. I could have been the youngest in the room, and I know at one point of time I was the youngest in the room, but I was still doing my job.
The easiest thing for our staff to do at that point in time was to drop whatever they were doing and run out of the hotel. Not one did that. Not one.
I come from an army background, not myself, but my father, he retired as a general in the army. And he often used to say, when I was even appointed here as the general manager, he used to often tell me that you are now like the captain of the ship. And I think that's the way you think, that you are the captain of the ship, and you have to be the last one to leave, and if it sinks, you sink with it.
At some point, our kitchen brigade decided that it looked like a lull in the thing, and they could be taken out from the back of the kitchen through the fire exit to the back road. And our chefs had formed a human chain to escort people in the darkness down those stairs. And as hundreds of them were being evacuated, somehow two of those terrorists got to know that this was happening. And the terrorists arrived there and saw these chefs lined up, herding people away, and there was mayhem. They cut loose, and that's where we lost our biggest numbers there. We had 5 or 6 of our chefs gunned down, but they took the bullets.
Said that they risked their lives in just making sure the guests were safe.
I don't think we would have made it out of the hotel without the support, the assurance, the constant, service orientation that the staff provided, without doubt, which is why we will continue to be so grateful to them.
I can't explain it. There were no manuals, there were no instructions for what should be done under the circumstances. And so what seems to have happened is individuals, from the waiters to the managers of the restaurants, all had this goal of let's get the guests to safety.
To reiterate, 500 registered guests, 600 guests in restaurants and banquets like that Unilever Boer event that you just heard about. 600 employees. So that's 1,700 people that night. Of those 1,700, over 1,600 escaped safely. Only 34 people died. Of those 34, fully half were staff members of the hotel. So when we were working on this case study, I asked senior management how this happened, why this happened, what explains the behavior of their staff. And these are young people. Malika Jagat, the banquet manager for the Unilever event whom you saw speaking, 24 years old. What explains it? And you heard, they can't explain it. Senior management. Mr. Ratan Tata, head of the Tata group of companies, they own the Taj hotels, he couldn't explain it. So I teach this at Harvard. I bring this case study back and I teach this at the Harvard Business School as a case study of leadership from below. You know, we teach usually about leadership as being something from the top that filters down. This is leadership from below. It's just amazing. And I ask my students, how do you explain it? And they have plausible explanations for the behavior of the employees. Some of them say, well, it must be the culture, the national culture of India. You know, there must be something in the value system there that explains it. And in fact, there is. It turns out that there is a value or a belief that says a guest is to be treated like God. When a guest enters your home, treat her or him like God. Atiti Devo Bhava in Sanskrit. Other students say, no, it's not national culture, it's corporate culture. If the Taj Hotels is owned by this family, the Tata Group, they have a long history in India of very benevolent human resource policies, a family of integrity in their business dealings. It's the corporate culture. And others say, no, it's not that. This happened at a hotel. It's the industry culture. It's hospitality. Employees are trained to serve customers. So that's what's going on. All of these are very plausible. So along with another colleague, I decided to go back into the Taj Hotel Company records to try to understand their human resource policy. Who were these people? Who were these staff? Where did they find them? How did they recruit them? How did they motivate them? How did they train them? And I learned lots of really, really intriguing things. Let me share, in the interest of time, just 3 of them with you. First, about recruiting. You know, they recruit their frontline employees from high schools, not from the major cities, not from Bombay or Delhi or Calcutta or Madras. They recruit them from small towns. Haldia, Chandigarh, Nashik, Tiruchirappalli, small towns. And they recruit students, graduating students, for attitude, not grades. They ask their headmasters or their teachers, who are the students that you teach who have the most respect for older people, for their parents, for the teachers? They're not looking for the people, the students who do the best in grades, but rather for attitude. Then training. This is fascinating. You know, you've heard of brand ambassadors. Lots of companies, many organizations perhaps that you represent, train their frontline staff to be ambassadors for the brand, for the company. You know what they do at the Taj hotels? They train their frontline employees to be ambassadors for the customer, for the guest. It's very different. It's counterintuitive. They call them guest ambassadors. They believe frontline employees should be the voice of the client, of the customer, of the guest to the company. And third, and perhaps most importantly, their motivation system, their reward system, incentives, is not just monetary. They pay about average, little above average in that hotel sector in India. But they reward people with recognition, personal recognition. So when an employee does something that delights customers and the guest writes a note, within 48 hours that employee is recognized. 48 hours. They don't have to wait for a Diwali or a Christmas bonus. It happens within 48 hours. Amazing. In fact, they won the International Hermes Award for an innovation in human resource management for this STARS program. So let me close by asking you to think a little bit about the lessons that you take away from this company far away on the other side of the world, the things that we can learn here in America, that we can bring home, that we can scale to American businesses, American organizations. Things like the way customers are treated, building a customer-centric, guest-centric corporate culture, organizational culture. Rethinking the relationship, the contract between employer and employee. And finally, let me close by saying this is an amazing, inspirational story that something that was supposed to be a symbol of terrorism is today a beacon of hope. Thank you.
Welcome on board. Welcome back after the tea break. And I enjoyed my tea with fantastic online YouTube case by Howard. I'm sure that you all also enjoyed the same. And those who have enjoyed the session, type E into the chat box and we welcome you back. So welcoming you back, type W into the chat box. Let's see how many E's and W's do we get. And there have been some questions that have been popped up in between that kindly share the attendance link. Yes, that has been responded to. Waiting for E's, Ritesh ji, Dr. Suraksha ji, Amar Jadhav ji, Ritesh ji, Amit Atri ji, Prashant Sharma ji, Dr. Jyoti ji, Meenakshi ji, Hanmantraya Goda ji, Dr. Lakhvinder Singh, Mr. Ratna Raju Chegri ji, Dr. Dinesh. Lovely getting E's from amazing people. Well, friends, on board with us today, we are having Dr. Amit Sharma. Well, a very seasoned professional who has been associated with industry for a long time. And let me share it with you that his contributions are simply remarkable. Well, when you meet Dr. Amit Sharma, a PhD in sustainable development, and if I have to give a tagline, I would happily say that making ideas happen, impossible is nothing. He has been Vice President, Contracting and Product Development with Kent. He has been a sustainability consultant He has been United Nations World Tourism Organization's expert roster, academician by passion, a speaker. He has been associated with various tourism institutes and universities and has been also associated with Indian Institute of Management, Kolkata. So that's what Dr. Amit is. We are delighted that he is there with us today. His association with so many organizations and commitments towards sustainability, product development, tourism, and other service domains speaks volume about it. So without taking much time, let me welcome Dr. Amit Sharma here on board on this virtual platform of MD University, Rohtak. So join hands together with me to welcome Dr. Amit. Let's see how many W's do we get into the chat box, giving him a welcome, welcome, welcome. Looking for the responses amazingly, www. Dr. Dinesh, Rekha ji, Lakhvinder ji, Rakesh ji, Anup ji, Ashwani ji, Amit Attri ji, Hanumantriya Gauda ji, Suraksha ji, Kaushik ji, Amar Jadhav ji, Chirag ji, so many W's to welcome Dr. Amit. And happy to see that Kamrul Haq Saab, Ravindranath Bansal ji, you all are on screen. And here I put my system that Dr. Amit is now on stage. We welcome you, Dr. Amit, and look forward for your delightful session. Namaskar, Ram Ram from the land of Haryana, from this Maharishi Dayanand University, Rohtak. Over to you, sir.
Namaskar to everyone. I'm audible, sir?
Yes, you are audible.
And presentation is visible, the screen?
Yes, it
Okay.
is absolutely visible.
Well, thank you so very much, Dr. Ashish Daya, for this generous introduction. Well, I still feel that in the industry wherein I could spend almost 2 decades, in 20 years, I have learned less than 20% of the industry. And I'm not talking of the segment as a whole, wherein academicians, wherein supply chain management professionals are there. But within my small domain of destination management organization, it's less than 20%. That's what I feel in 20 years. I've been working in a travel company by the name of Abercrombie and Kent, which is a multinational company having headquarters in USA and UK, wherein we deal with the ultra luxury high-end clients of the world. The clients who can spend, maybe say, if for the sake of giving an idea, the clients who can spend 5,000 pounds or dollars in a night, in a day, a per day basis for 15, 20 days. I mean, those kind of people are our clients. And, the few itineraries product consist of having our own charters plane with 40 people around the world, starting from Chicago, then going to New Zealand, somewhere in Kuala Lumpur, then going to Singapore, coming to India, somewhere desert of Dubai, then somewhere in the middle of jungle in Africa, and going back to USA. So those kind of itineraries which we promote. And when we talk about these itinerary and these products, sustainability is a concept which comes by default with responsible travelers. And I take care of the product development part. So for this part of the world, what kind of product could be a right fit for our kind of clients? And that product, how relevant it is for our community, so that we can connect the dots between the clients and our community, so that entire supply chain, I would rather say entire value chain proposition, go end to end and go as sustainable as possible. That's my one profile. And as Dr. Saab mentioned, I am the consultant roster for UNWTO, United Nations World Tourism Organization, wherein we have a few upcoming projects that how post-COVID scenarios we should handle in the process, because what the customers' requirements or what the processes it happened in pre-COVID scenario will not be same in post-COVID scenario when we talk of the tourism industry as a whole. So those projects I'm expecting in a while. Third, I've been trying to collaborate with few of the universities to contribute my little expertise of the industry as an industry expert. That's a little introduction of mine. Dr. was kind enough to be more generous about me. So thank you very much. So, in fact, when we had discussion that how the sustainable development and the sustainability and the product development in the industry can go hand to hand, and I could not say no to be part of this prestigious event, because in back of my mind it is always there that how sustainability and the product development go hand to hand, because practically we are having it on day-to-day basis. Like our colleagues, we are walking the streets across the world to get the business for India or Indian subcontinent. So what all things could be in the bucket list of the customers in times to come, I have done a bit analysis, and I would like to take the opportunity to share my observations with you in few coming slides. So let's establish the fact, the context. What is the objective of this discussion today? How we can connect the link between the product development and the sustainability in a global perspective. What globally, how things are happening, and what the best of the leaders of the world are highlighting the sustainability aspects. So my focus area for today will be, let's talk what are the concerns and what are the key areas of sustainability, and how we can relate it, moving down at the micro level with our industry. So I'm not able to use my, yes. So globally, what is the big picture and what is being talked about sustainability, and where lies the tourism potential? Yes. And what are the global sentiments about new normal? When we say new normal, we are talking about the post-COVID scenarios, and how sustainability in tourism industry could be the key driver. In the present scenario where, so am I audible? Okay. In present scenario where India as a country stands in Sustainable Development Goals Index, and how our country is perceived as preferred destination in global parameter, yes or no? That's one of the discussion which we may need to look forward in next 19 minutes. And in order to be at par with new normal, when I talk about the product development, do we need to think from scratch? Do we need to start something new to offer to the clients? Or whatever we have, we need to redesign it. We need to reinvent or redesign. So we need to have discussion on that. And then, most importantly, the global consumer behavior, which has changed now. So how the global consumer behavior will see the growth in the sustainability sphere in days to come, in times to come. And last one is how to connect the dots, and what could be the sustainability indicators where we can quantify. We must agree, like what I have been noticing since a while, sustainability word has been overused everywhere. In fact, in the industry also, out of the industry also. I can cite the example, last month, 1.5 months ago, I was in Spain attending one of the Tourism Global Innovation Summit. There were around 252 speakers across the world, and it was for 3 days. I was fortunate to be part of 4 sessions over there, and only 2 words were in the air for all 3 sessions, all 3 days. One was sustainability in tourism, and second is digital revolution. How digitalization of the products, how digitalization of the industry can help in revamping our industry by using sustainable development. So as and when I spoke to the who's of the industry across the world, academicians, innovators, in fact media partners, these 2 words were overused. So we need to quantify it. Otherwise, we'll keep on talking on sustainability, and we need to see whether there could be some outcome or not. So before we start, let's have what global leaders are talking, and what are their talking points, and which subjects they are focusing more. He's the Secretary General of United Nations. In October, he mentioned in one of his statements, the sirens are sounding, our planet is talking to us, telling us something. and so the people everywhere. Climate action tops the list of people's concern across countries, age, and gender. We must listen and we must act and we must choose wisely. This was the statement of Secretary General of United Nations. And another leader said, climate change and nature loss are two the biggest threats of the humanity, and they must be solved together. And there was the statement of another global leader that business has a critical role in shaping an equitable, nature positive, net zero global economy. Here we are not talking about tourism as a whole, but when we see the bigger picture, in global sentiments are being talked about for somewhere down the line for global warming or the carbon emission. And one of the leaders said, assess, commit, act, advocate, and engage. He gave this mantra to overcome the upcoming threats for our global sentiments. And once someone said, business action on climate and nature, the urgency to act and intertwine crises and nature loss have been highest in the peak. So how these statements, how these concerns are related to tourism industry? As a tourism professional, wherein we walk the streets to get the business, our focus is not only to get the revenue generated for a company. Our responsibility lies that we should give the right picture, get the right business for the right product line. So how tourism segment is important? As we all know, we contribute 10% of global GDP, which is 30% of service exports, and every 9th or 10th person of the world is directly or indirectly associated with our industry, our sector. So when I relate the sentiments and the concerns of the global leader about the wholesome word, all industries, pharma, FMCG, coals, mines, you may call anything or everything, we contribute 10% of the GDP. That means we cannot be ignored. If we cannot be ignored, that means the impact analysis on those concerns from our industry have somewhere reciprocating impact, and those impact need to be addressed, need to be analyzed. So when we see tourism has potential to contribute in all economic, social, and intersectoral activities, we all contribute 10% of the global impact of the GDP of the world. So I don't know whether I'll be able to share this YouTube video. You may be able to hear this voice, sound. This is the advertisement. Wait, and this is the Glasgow Declaration. Is it visible? Dr. Daya, is it visible?
Yeah, it is visible, Doctor.
Okay.
It is visible, sir. Yes, it is visible.
Sound as well.
Yes, your audio is visible.
So it was the Glasgow Declaration, and it was focused on tourism innovation and how and what the tourism can create an impact. Okay. Okay. So wait, let me. Okay. So the bigger picture is related to the global tourism development. You might have seen like what kind of perception we have, what kind of vision we have about tourism as a whole, and how we are lagging behind. And so that was a need of a declaration which came out in the form of Glasgow Declaration in the November 4th. So before I go to that, there was very interesting survey done by booking.com that how that global travelers would want to travel. And when they did the survey, it was very interesting to know that 80% of the travelers, global travelers, say that they would want to contribute back to society, nature, and local economy. They want to contribute, and I don't know how many of them have contributed. So we did further study on this. Then 39% of them, they confirmed that they could contribute. They could contribute to society, nature, and the local economy. But 48
सर नमस्कार सर बढ़िया सर
Okay, so 48% of them they indicated that they never really did something and they contributed a bit. So can we imagine that when we are talking about sustainability, when we are talking about Glasgow Declaration, when we are talking about that we contribute 10% of the global GDP, 48%, as good as half of the travelers who are traveling across the world, they never contributed back to society, nature, and local economy. But the intent is very clear. They want to do it. Only 39% could do it, maybe because of by virtue of their interest, or they could reach to the companies who are selling the packages, selling the product, which are in conducive with society, nature, and local economy. In short, they are more in line with the sustainable development concepts. Because honestly saying, being in the industry, all I can say when we talk about these concepts, society, nature, local economy, we somehow have to contribute with, we compromise somewhere down the line with the margins or the GOPs. Because when we talk about the luxury and the ultra luxury, and this could be inversely proportionate to when we talk about the local economy. When we can offer a hotel maybe for the 40,000 rupees per room per night. So we need to analyze whether that particular hotel or hotel chain or boutique hotel, how they are acting in conjunction with the local community, because we cannot compromise on the luxury aspect with the experiential part of the tourist, but we need to see how we can homogenize the local economy and the nature concepts of the sustainability in our industry. So the interpretation of this survey was that there's a huge scope of those 48% of the travelers that they have intentions to contribute, but they don't know how to do it. And now the responsibility lies on the shoulders of we professionals, honorable academicians, the government, that we need to turn the intentions, intuitions into the action. And if it can be done, I believe that the bucket list will be very fulfilled. Bucket list of the clients will be very fulfilled. And what we are talking about, the agenda of today's discussion, that we need to contribute it back to society, and how the sustainable tourism or as a global perspective can be contributed. I think we can focus on those 50% of the clientele in times to come. So do you remember this picture? Last year picture.
Yes sir, during lockdown sir.
Yes, I mean, we would not have even imagined that from Jalandhar we can see the Dhauladhar mountain range. So the stopover was that there was no pollution. The stopover was it was lockdown. The stopover was what carbon emission we had to had. It was not there. So what was the impact? We could see the Dhauladhar mountain range, and we can now imagine that centuries ago with our ancestors, this would have been the scenario. And I would like to show another beautiful picture in the next slide. So we can see here, we can see how the bigger picture of the consumer perspective, the how consumer perceive. And if you ask me, when we go to the clients overseas somewhere, maybe Paris, maybe in UK, or maybe South America, somewhere, they have certain perception about a destination, because till the time they won't reach the destination, we are just selling them the dreams. The another picture, this is a picture from Meghalaya. This is the cleanest river of Asia. And the another beautiful shot of this picture is this. So can you imagine, when we talk about tourism product, when we talk about sustainability, when we talk about giving something different to the customer in terms of ecotourism or sustainable tourism product line, this is how a customer perceive. This is how a customer perceive about the destination. And it's our responsibility to connect the dots to take the customer's product line to the level wherein they can have all these experiences, but keeping the tagline in mind that they are contributing back to society, local economy as well, and ecology as well. So we should not go for the over carrying capacity in this matter, which is again another scope of discussion. So coming back, those are the perception what customers would want, but that is at the front end. On the back end, we all tourism professional, we understand that what carbon emission is happening and what are the global concern, and we being the contributor of 10% of the GDP of the world, how we are, sharing our part, where all we are the culprit as in tourism industry professional to have impact on the climate change. So this was the report. It came out in the month of November, that how the impact analysis stand for these perception values and the concern. And it was released by United Nations, which was related to transport related carbon emission from tourism sector. And very interesting findings were there. So the interpretation was that where we will be standing in 2030 and how we can collaborate together to make the least possible impact of the carbon emission. And the some interesting finding was that by 2030 the transport related carbon dioxide emission from tourism, I'm focusing on tourism only, I'm not talking about FMCG, pharma, mines and industries, other industries, that carbon dioxide emission from tourism will grow by 25% from 2016 level. That means from 1597 metric ton of CO2 to 1998 metric ton of, which is as good as 2000 metric ton of carbon dioxide. So we can very well establish the fact that when there has been global concern about carbon emission, why they cannot ignore the tourism industry as a whole. 25% of carbon emission growth will be there in tourism industry from the tourism industry itself. So by 2030, there will be 25% emission, 25% growth in the emission. Now, another findings, international tourism arrivals are expected to grow by 45% till 2030, and domestic tourism by 21% from 2016 to 2030. So it itself shows that how much the growth factors there will be in terms of the carbon emission. And another interesting finding, that inter-regional travel represent 20% of all travel, almost exclusively 95% done by air. So we all know that if we are talking of the carbon emission, the pollution, the airlines are one of the major contributory. And we can very well see from these findings that how the tourism industry going to create an impact in the carbon emission and overall the carbon footprints, or we may call it the global warming, or we may call it anything which could be the right terminology in your mind or in my mind. But overall, the assessment is by 2030 that impact of tourism on carbon emission will be huge. Now, transport-related carbon emission of the tourism sector is 22% of the whole emission of transport. So we can see that 22% will be contributed by our sort of product line. So, nutshell, if our product line is right in place, focusing on various indicators of sustainability, adhering to that, I feel that the tourism sector can impact with best of its efforts on the sustainability of the global scenario, not only for the tourism industry. I'll come across that how tourism industry is impacting for the almost all the sectors globally. So here lies the responsibilities on academicians, government, and tourism professional. And I feel I have been noticing it and I have been analyzing it, I have been debating it, lobbying it, that academicians hold the greatest responsibility among this all value chain stakeholders management. Why? I feel that academicians are the backbone of strategy making, the policy making of the government. What recommendation you will give to the government, the state subject, the state government, they will take it seriously instead of what industry professionals are giving them the inputs. The reason is, honestly, being the private industry player, or one of the focus is to increase the GOP of the company to make profits. But where we talk about the academicians, they don't have those kind of vested interests. Their focus area is what impact X thing can create on the ground level for the betterment of society. And that's how the academicians have the highest regards, not only in the tourism industry, but across the world. So everyone bow down in front of academicians because their vision and mission is very clear, which is entirely opposite what we as an industry professional is. So academicians are, in my opinion, are the backbone of the policy making for the government. What inputs you will give to the government through various international conference outputs, outcomes, or various research methodologies, government will listen to you. And if you will focus on sustainable development, if you focus on these aspects of the tourism industry, my vision could be that instead of having 22% the whole emission of the transport for the tourism, I would like to see it to 2 to 3 to 5% or maximum 10%. And how it can be done? Having right policy in place, and how right policy of government can be made by contribution of the honorable academicians. What strategies, what policies, what quantification they can give in white papers to the government. And yes, as in one of the stakeholder, industry professionals are always there. We can always give the practical inputs. And that's how the consortia of academics, consultants, and the government should come handy. So it was the reason on 4th November, Glasgow Declaration was, it was a Glasgow Declaration happened, and it was a commitment to a decade of climate action in tourism. So all relevant stakeholders were requested to sign the Glasgow Declaration. Why? What I shared in my previous slides, the impact analysis in a nutshell, 22% of the transport, the carbon emission of the transport will be contributed by our industry. So when we talk about the consumer behavior, customer perception, they will be having the final output, what I showed you, like, from Jalandhar, how we can see the Dhauladhar mountains or the lake, the cleanest lake of the Asia. When if we are in a boat, we can see the base, we can see the fishes strolling around within water. So customer's perception value goes to the end product, the intangible part turned tangible. But what the middle line, the entire supply chain, how we need to contribute, what we need to sell, and how we can have to have barriers in order to avoid over tourism. I feel stakeholders like academicians, stakeholders like industry professionals, stakeholders like government need to come together to brainstorm, and we need to quantify it. It's not just a talk. We can talk and we can work out various strategies, but till the time the end result is not quantified, it is not done. So the declaration developed by collaborative group of leading organizations, and it's an urgent call for all stakeholders to commit to the decade of climate action in tourism. And that is how this topic of today's discussion is relevant, that how the product development and sustainability can go hand to hand in a global perspective. We cannot talk, we cannot work in isolation. So these are the 17 sustainable development goals. And if you academicians, well, you will be knowing better than me that how every goal is directly or indirectly related to tourism industry. As I mentioned, every 10th, 9th or 10th person of the world is directly, indirectly associated with our industry, tourism industry. Who could be a vendor, who could be a chai wala selling a chai in front of any monument, heritage monument, anywhere in the city. The person who could be a guide, the person who could be a driver, the person who is selling souvenirs wherever in the heritage monuments are, where the impact of tourism is. In fact, Haryana, Rakhi Gadi is one of the, I feel, one of the promising area where I mean, academicians can put more emphasis and some policy and strategy can be worked out, and openly marketing of those kind of products can be done, because that is how the consumer behavior, the customer perception, and the value add-ons of the destination can be clubbed together. And that destination, if I may say, will be at par with the sustainability what we are talking about today. And it's Rakhi Gadi is one example. There could be n number of examples pan India which are still unexplored, and here the role of academicians come handy to contribute for sustainable development goals. Not only contribute theoretically, but to give it to the industry professional that yes, this is the destination, it can be developed. How to do it? Let's keep it on industry professional. That how we need to put a flower in the bouquet which we can sell into the markets. Okay, I will be coming to the point of the consumer behavior. I have been interacting with the customers across the globe, our business associates. Last month, as I mentioned, when I was in Spain, I interacted with all the stakeholders, innovators of the world, who's and who's, who have done some or other innovation in the field of tourism industry, starting from Netherlands to Denmark to South America, Brazil, Peru to Japan, India. I was there. So, and America for that matter, the digital transformation. The one buzzword which I would like to mention here, there was a talk about how augmented reality and virtual reality can be clubbed with sustainable development goals for the betterment of tourism industry. So like there was discussion on next level also, when we are talking at the ground zero, that what could be the basic facilities we can provide to the tourist at the destination. There was a talk about digital transformation, that how the augmented reality of can be involved in the tourism industry in a supply chain. How it could be possible? As you all aware that till the time person has not traveled to the destination, it's all perception value. The person sitting in USA have not seen Taj Mahal, but he is having some perception value in the mind that okay, Taj Mahal could be of that sort, so he would want to come. So by using these technologies, augmented reality, virtual reality, if we can showcase the three-dimensional arena of Taj Mahal there and then, before he is booking the package through any of the travel company or DMC, he will be having the clear idea that what he is going to see there is something right in front of his eyes in terms of in the form of virtual reality. So there is no ambiguity. When the person is in Agra, or person is anywhere in the monument across the world, he will see the same monument what he has seen virtually before starting his trip. And that is how the consumer behavior, the consumer delights come handy, the consumer fulfillment. When we say that customer is happy, whatever he perceived got delivered at ground zero. Because there are various stakeholders. If I'm a salesperson sitting in USA, I may talk anything or everything about Taj Mahal. But the person who is delivering on the ground, maybe a guide or escort or someone, is he is equal with my wavelength, what I committed to the customer and what customer perceived. So there should be homogeneity, and these kind of technologies may play vital role for the betterment of sustainable development goal in our industry. So this is the bigger picture, but all 17 goals are directly or indirectly associated with tourism industry. Now, when we talk about environment friendly, we talk about the economic viability and the healthy community. There is nothing but end of the day, the concept of sustainability goes handy very well in tourism industry, and that's how it goes. We have economic goals, how we can support the local communities. There are social goals that we are not compromising. I showed you the picture of the lake in Meghalaya. Let's not compromise on the fragile, the eco-sensitive nature of the destination. So your social goal has to be met. And there should be the social implication of the economy, what we are contributing to the ground zero, to the local community also. And that is how all three goals contribute back to the sustainability. And I'm referring here the sustainability in our industry. So the overall impact analysis could be when we have the social cultural impact, when we have environmental impact, and we have economical impact, the overall, the bouquet brings down to the sustainable tourism development of the product of that particular destination management. Are you with me? So I hope we all could relate what we have been talking about globally concerns to tourism industry, to the carbon emission, then downward coming down at micro level, wherein we can focus on sustainability in terms of social economic impact and environmental impact. So is it I mean, am I synced with you?
Yes, sir.
Because I always believe that, you know, academicians always have the bigger bent of mind. So as an industry professional, I'm trying to match, you know, wavelength of honorable academicians in this forum. So maybe my vision could be more of the industry oriented, but I'm trying to relate how academicians holds the key and how both sides of the stakeholder management can be together to create a conducive environment for the sustainable tourism goal in product development. So all these components leads to the sustainable tourism development. Okay, and very interesting fact, when we go and walk the streets across the globe, we have been talking to the people that what could be your next dream destination and how would you like to travel. Now there are different ways of travels and different consumer behaviors and customers. I will be coming to next slide. So most of them, they were very keen that, okay, we would want to travel wherein we can contribute back to society. And this is what, as in product person, when I speak to various sales colleagues across the world, like in my company, we have around 55 offices across the world. So as and when there's some brainstorming happen, I mean, you can always see the trend where we are heading for, because product development is such an interesting field at the department that we need to foresee that what is going to happen 2 years down the line. Because what product we will curate about Indian subcontinent, we will be selling those products to overseas markets, but client will be traveling bare minimum 10 months down the line. So if we're talking, we are sitting in December, keeping this COVID scenario aside, the hibernation period, the period wherein the planning starts from the customer, especially for Europe, Australia, and USA, 10 or 11 months in advance. So what they want to perceive a destination, where they want to go, we need to perceive the product for that destination 10 months in advance. So we always focus on various parameters how to do it. It's not that, okay, how the political scenario, economic scenario of all these scenarios related to the destination are important at ground zero. We need to see the economic condition of that particular country also. For example, Australia, for example, USA. What is the consumer behavior happening in that area and how it can impact the decision making for selecting a destination, and whatever they are going to decide on the destination, do we have those kind of products in our kitty? Do we have those kind of products in India or Indian subcontinent? If yes, do we have the sustainable concept of the contributing back to our own society in place? So we need to see what customer want, but we need to also see that what positive impact of that particular product can have on our society, our locality, when all these three parameters are being met or no. So it's very thin line. Either we need to focus on the margins or the profitability, or we need to think what best we can do for the society. So the equilibrium has to be there between all these two parameters. So now, this is the supply chain model which we have been talking and knowing since a while. in the industry perspective, that we have customer, we have distribution, and we have raw material. And then when we club all these together, we make a sustainable supply chain model, wherein all the products, the raw material comes from the sustainable aspect. But when we talk about the consumer behavior, the only difference of the supply chain management of the other commodities to our commodity is it's the customer who decide what they want, what kind of product line there should be in 1 year down the line, and what kind of product line they would want to go for, to purchase, to contribute. So end of the day, what we could gather in the industry, a little experience I have about this service industry in tourism, that we cannot and we can never be able to offer something to buy to the customer if customer is not willing. If customer would want to go to the beaches, we cannot offer them Himalayas. If customer would want to go for the wellness, we cannot offer them something which is a sort of trekking, or which could be canoeing, or which could be a beach holiday destination. So what customer want, we as in the intermediaries, we have no other option to work out the product line in a way that it should be conducive, it should be at par with the requirement of consumer decision making. But keeping the mind, but the sustainability aspect, we can have an ingredients for the product what consumer would want to have. So in last 2 years, consumer behavior have changed a lot, and we have noticed it. The product line which we had in the industry, we were talking about luxury, best of the 5-star hotels, best of the restaurants, best of the hustle bustle. No, now the consumer want a place having not more than 20, 25, 30 rooms in a hotel, which could be a boutique hotel, which could be a homestay even, but without compromising on the health and safety and the hygiene aspect. Today's customer don't want to intermingle with the rest of the people who are there in the hotel. So the different hotels have even created the different aspect, the personalized service. If you want to have breakfast in your lobby, in the small balcony of your homestay, in a boutique hotel, you can have it. There happen to be timing. We all have been traveling to some other places, to the destination during our lifetime and life cycle, and we'll be doing so in due course also once this COVID part is over. So you all may have noticed that, okay, breakfast timing is 7 to 10. Lunch time could be maybe 12:30 to 3:30. And the dinner timing could be, say, 7:30 onward to 10:30 or 11. Historically, this has been the trend. But now, there has been the offers from the hotel, all-day dining concepts. If you want to have brunch in the morning, you can have it. If you want to have dinner at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, you can have it. If you want to have late dinner at 12 o'clock, you can have it. Although the menu limitations will be there, but if you want that you are going with a husband, wife, and kids are traveling, and they do not want to intermingle, they do not want to go to the places where in the restaurant wherein say that table has been used by 10 different people, maybe in 1 hour, although it has been cleaned, but in the back of mind, the hygiene factor and the quality factor will always be in your mind. So in order to overcome this consumer behavior has been understood, although this is ongoing process. But what I could gather till this time, that boutique hotels are high in demand. Okay, the hotels like Amman Resorts, the hotel like Como Hotels, the hotel, the hotels wherein we have 15 to 20 rooms, average spend is around $1,000 per room per night, which comes out to 65 or 70,000, include everything, whatever you can imagine. But those hotels are getting sold out, maybe if not today, for 30 days, 45 days in advance. And you won't get availability. Even if you want to spend 5 lakh rupees for 4 nights stay with the family, you may think, okay, I'm spending, I can deserve the best of the services. But you won't get accommodation in those boutique hotels. So when we talk about the consumer behavior, we are talking about what could be the possible consumer behavior, the customer perception about a destination 10 months down the line. So we always work in advance. Now the challenge in today's new normal is we don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. So still on a broader perspective, at micro level, the kind of product innovation we are doing in travel companies, we are trying to offer the people all these components what the consumer is expecting at the moment, that all the secluded places, the best of the hotel, but no compromise on the service. So I have few slides in the upcoming slides wherein I would want to put more emphasis on this. So here the customer decide the deliverables. That is the major difference what we were talking about, supply chain management and the value chain system of our industry. Here the customer is the king. So a brief, maybe I don't know whether how relevant this could be with you, because it originated from the academician's mind only. So, but in order to have it interrelated with my discussion of today, I have tried to give a brief comparison how value chain for our industry, tourism industry, is different than the supply chain, overall supply chain management. Here it starts from customer, the value chain. It starts from customer and ends at supplier and the sourcing. I'm a sourcing person. I had the contracting as well. So my job is to go back to the vendors, the hoteliers, the supplier, maybe a storytelling guy somewhere in the interiors of Rajasthan, that what kind of requirements there will be from the customer or customer who is coming from Japan, which will be different than a person of the same time period coming from Australia. For the same time period, if some customer is coming from USA, his requirements will be different than what we are talking about Japanese and the Australian customer. So one product line, one product management can have different ancillaries based on the source market, what we are talking about today. And when we are talking of the source market, we are talking of the perception of the customer, what he is perceiving about that destination. So my job in my company, or there are many people like me, my profile in other big companies, multinational companies, you name it, name any company, who are responsible to align the right vendor, the right hotel, the right supplier, the right guide or the ground handler with the right kind of the customer. But in the supply chain management, it starts from the tangible commodity, and then it goes back to logistic, production, sales and marketing. Then it is to the customer, a washing machine, a fridge or TV. So the difference, what I could relate in my little experience of the industry, that we as in value chain proposition, when we see it as the consumer behavior, we always see consumer in the center, and that's how we go backward. We do the reverse engineering, reverse osmosis, we may call it, and then curate the product which could be a right fit. Why I'm putting more emphasis here, because when we talk of the sustainability part, it is the responsibility of supplier sourcing, the destination management company, what we are, that what kind of product we are going to offer to the customer. In the few slides which I shared a survey of booking.com that 48% of the consumer want to contribute, but how, they don't know. That then the responsibility lies in terms in like what kind of product we need to offer. It lies on the shoulders of tourism industry professionals. And as I said, we can only offer those products which could be conducive in terms of the quality service also. And who can assure the quality service? The basic parameters, the infrastructure is a state subject which goes to the government. And who can influence government? It's you academicians, the honorable academician, who can make, you can get the policy done in a way that what an industry professional need as in the basic infrastructure for the clients should be there. Only then we will be, we will motivated to promote that destination. Maybe for example, Haryana, I shared the example of Rakhi Gadi. We need to see, do we have better quality of accommodation? Yes or no? Checklist, checkpoint. Do we have better toilet facilities in and around the monument? Yes or no? Checkpoint. Do we have the linguistic guides and escorts over there? Yes or no? Checkpoints. How friendly the local community is towards the foreigners? How local community is, reciprocating, welcoming, non-welcoming to the clients who are coming there? And apart from that, what all ancillary services, Rakhi Ghadi tour, for example, maybe for 4 hours, 5 hours, that's it. In the evening, what USP you can offer to the clients, which should be a specialization of Haryana? What could be, exclusivity of Haryana? Maybe folk dance, maybe culture, maybe music, maybe cuisine. So when we talk about all those 17 sustainable development goals, you will be able to relate that almost all are directly related to the consumer behavior of our industry. You must be knowing that a couple of months ago, UNESCO started a movement to preserve the intangible heritage. And when they're talking about intangible heritage, they're not talking about the monuments, only monuments. They're talking about folk, the culture, the dialects, the local language. They're talking about the behavioral aspect, art and craft, what sort of handloom or handicraft in that local area prevail, how we can, how we can connect those dots in the tourism industry so that the economic growth or socio-economic growth of that particular region can be attained, and it cannot be attained without sustainable development concept in tourism industry. So as an industry professional, this is the Bible page for us. The common feature in all these picture, in all these cartoon, is smiling face. When customer is happy, we are delighted that whatever strategies academician is making, policy is lobbying, academicians are lobbying to the government, what infrastructure development or policy government is implementing with the taxpayers' money and at the ground, or what product we are going to offer to the customers. End of the day, if customer is happy, that means we all, as in the stakeholders, academicians, government, industry professionals, have done their job. So all these smiling face in the form of cartoons depict the fulfillment of our goals, what we are talking in terms of the sustainability, what we are talking about the service delivery to the customers having fulfilled. So when we talk about consumer delight, we are also talking about consumer behavior. So how these are interrelated to each other, and how sustainability can play important role. This is a picture which I wanted to share, because sustainability is a relatively new concept to the industry, to even for the academicians, also for the entire set of segment. Maybe 15 years, 20 years down the line, we start hearing about this terminology of sustainability, and then every day some new things are happening, new terminologies, or maybe new components, indicators are coming to the sustainable development, and we are imbibing it. So I remember in my childhood in Delhi Doordarshan, there was an advertisement, sort of, when we used to have a few could be of my age, 40 plus, so maybe they will be able to relate. In Delhi Doordarshan, there was sort of animation that when the blindfolded people were, they were taken in and around elephant, what they perceived, they were blindfolded. So the one who touched the tail, he said, no, it's a rope. The one who was in front of trunk, he said, no, it's a snake. The person who was close to the leg, he said, no, tree or fan or mountain or hump. So then they started fighting each other, what it is all about, because everyone version is correct, what they perceived. But when they opened their eyes, they could see, yes, it's a wholesome, it's a elephant, it's an elephant. So what is happening in the sustainability sphere, if I may say, in tourism industry, everyone is contributing a bit. Academicians are contributing in best of their research papers, but are those research papers are relevant to the industry? Answer is yes. But are we implementing it? Answer is no. And the same side, hoteliers, they are doing best of their sustainability efforts within hotel. Recycling and couple of other aspects, no plastic bottles. But we need to understand that we all are just a stakeholder in entire value chain. So till the time we will not connect the dots, the overall impact won't be there when we talk about the sustainable development goal. And in few of the next slide, few of the upcoming slides, I'll share where India stands when we talk about the sustainable development goals indexing of the world. So here showing this picture was a summation that everyone is doing a bit. Academicians are doing at their best. Tourism industry professionals are doing at their best. As in sourcing person, I can assure that whatever I'm talking to the vendor, to the hotelier anywhere in Rajasthan, Kerala, interior of Northeast, we are focusing on the sustainable part of the itinerary. But we need to connect the dots. Academicians have done best of the research, and it is ongoing research. So government is implementing those research into the infrastructure development or the other indicators. Answer could be yes or no. And how industry professionals are taking that bunch of bouquet as a whole to carry that message forward to the end customer, because we are the mediators. Industry professionals mediate to get the clients to the destinations. So here, this sustainable development goals ranking of the world, it's not the latest one, it's a couple of years ago when it was done. Total member countries were 193. Sweden, Denmark, Finland, France, Germany, they are on the top. One of the reasons being top is small countries. Like हमारी दिल्ली भी शायद इनसे बड़ी होगी. Haryana तो can consist of 3 or 4 or 5 such small countries. But when we talk about the quantification, as I mentioned in one of the slides, that till the time we won't do quantification, we won't be able to reach to the conclusion. So quality plus quantity has to come together. So top 6 countries are Sweden, Denmark, Finland, France, Germany, Norway, and the scoring also 84.72% is the highest. Now where India stands? India stands 117th in this SDG index of 2020. Out of total 193 country, we are on 117. Do you think it's a very promising or very sort of motivating number for us? We have been, last 45 minutes I have been talking what is happening in sustainable sphere. We are the 10% contributory of the world, the GDP wise, and couple of other aspects. Do you think that we are at right place? 117th out of 193 countries. So something is missing. I feel that something is missing. As I mentioned, I give you a hint that every stakeholder is doing at the best, but within their own scope of arena, within their cocoon. So what we need to do, how we can navigate the horizon, we need to have a right ecosystem wherein we can all contribute in one direction. Academicians, government, stakeholders, we as an industry professional. So once you are done with this, I think this 117 ranking, we can be in the top 10 or top 20 or top 30 if not going very aggressive, being conservative. So, but we need to start, and how the product alignment, that is the topic of today's discussion, how we can do it, and who we are. We as in, like I shared the example, industry expertise, tourism professional, government, and there could be many stakeholders. And that is how the whole supply chain goes when we are talking about the sustainable product. Suppliers are there, focal companies are there. Here the definition of focal companies, we guys, wherein the travel companies are interacting in and out on the both side of the arrow with supplier to get some product done. And then we have customer as in the end result, because customer is paying, he's going to pay. Then government, stakeholder, and academicians are under this subheading of the stakeholders, wherein you have very important role to play. And for us, the most important is pressures and incentives. Even if as in product person, I am making best of the itinerary, I need to see कि मेरी company के लिए कुछ profit हो रहा है, नहीं हो रहा है. Till the time profit is not happening, I won't be able to, justify my chair. And till the time I won't be able to justify, I won't be able to make a product which could be conducive to the market with best of the incentive what we can procure for the company. And that's how the supply chain management for sustainable development comes handy. So as you can see on the right hand side, government, customer, and stakeholders hold the value, and stakeholders, the academicians, I'm putting more emphasis because academicians are the backbone of the policy of the state government. Till the time your inputs won't be accepted by the government, the budgeting allocation will not happen to the infrastructure development or in a way that what we as an industry expert would want to have for our clients. And if it is not happening, there's no use of the entire supply chain management, value chain management, what we are talking about. So are you with me on this? So every stakeholder have their own role to play, and we need to homogenize in one direction, so that from 117th of the ranking of our country, we should be able to reach to upper to the ladder. So are you with me? Are you with me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes. Okay. Thank you. Now, when we talk about the sustainable development goals, you might have noticed that percentage, 74%, 73% of the top-notch countries who are into that indexing. So we have intentions, we have the resources, we have the infrastructure, but what is missing? Possible could be, are we able to manage the sustainable data effectively? Are we able to collate what efforts we are doing as an individual stakeholder? Are we able to share our data homogenized in a way that from 117th ranking, we can go up in the ladder on the same global parameters of the sustainability, what are there prevailing globally by United Nations? So in my opinion, one of the reason could be, so you are the academicians here, you have wider horizon of these concepts other than me. I can only talk about what is happening in the market and what we are going to sell or what could be sold in the market based on the consumer behavior. But maybe it's a thought, food for the thought that our sustainable data management, how effective we are doing. Because based on the data, government can take decisions, policy can be made in a way, but how effective our data is. So being I can call it the basic block for providing the sustainable tourism indicators. And what are those indicators wherein we can have this sustainable data management? Focusing on all these three parameters: environmental, social equity, and economic prosperity. We need to see that how the sustainable tourism indicators are falling in place to create a tool, which academicians are the best stakeholder to create a tool wherein best of the outcome can be generated, and those outcome inferences can be shared with the government to make new policies, and those policies should be conducive with private players, so that private players can walk the street across the world, meeting the people, and they can sell their product in a very sustainable manner, wherein the overall impact analysis is as desired, what academicians might have foreseen in their research papers while giving to the for the policy papers to the government. So indicators help simplifying complex information, selecting one element as an indication. So this is more for me as an industry professional to understand what indicators mean, not the honorable the respected academicians when we have in this forum. So indicators for me can be used for identifying the emerging risk, identification of the impact, and then what constant monitoring can be done. So prevention, corrective action, and adaptive management and continuous improvement is done. As an industry professional, for me, the continuous improvement is simple. For particular destination, for example, Rakhi Gadi, if there are 100 travelers, 100 tourists in 1 month, I would want to see 500 tourists in 1 year. For me, that's the continuous improvement as the industry professional. But there could be other indicators that how those 100 or 1,000 or 10 tourists are impacting on socio-economy and the cultural aspect of the sustainability of that particular destination, as in the carrying capacity. And here, the role of academicians comes handy. I can see, maybe if I'll be coming to next slides, that okay, there are more than 150 sustainability indicators as it has been defined by United Nations, and these are not fixed. Every day, every month, every week, the indicators numbers are increasing, because the way if we are evolving, there could be something or other which we feel is the necessity to define the tourism indicator, sustainability indicator. But for me, as in tourism industry expert, if 10 people, 10 travelers are there for Rakhi Gadi, 6 months down the line, it should be 100. 1 year down the line, it should be 1,000. For me, that is the continuous improvement. For academicians, there could be corrective action, the prevention, but maybe the detailed project reports, what you can do based on using your tools, giving it to the government, and government have their own pros and cons to define it, to implement it. But for me as an industry professional, is continuous improvement is one of the key indicator for me, which I would want to see in year growth for that particular country, for that particular destination. So few of the core indicators which I have mentioned, in the list is exhaustive, and under every indicator there are subsets also. Under those subsets there are further clauses also. So sustainability is not as simple as we perceive, that okay, when we are talking about ki bottle, plastic bottle hata ke glass ki bottle aap rakh do, I think we are done. No, it's not. That is just a small fraction of it. When we are talking about reaching 1/117th number to top 20 of Sustainable Development Goals Index of the world, the global perspective of sustainability in tourism industry, there are very few which are tangible and very few which are intangible. If you could read site protection, stress, use intensity, social impact, development control, waste management, planning process, local satisfaction. Again, it's very interesting to know that, okay, even the economic contribution is happening, but how the local people are satisfied because of this. The recent example is, you might have noticed since last 4 or 5 years, every summer there's a scarcity of water and electricity in Shimla. And finally, I mean, there has been agitation on the road by the local people that no, we do not want this kind of tourism. Why? Because this is hampering their own resources, and that is how the local satisfaction indicator may go down. So do we need this? Do we want this kind of situation to arise in tourism industry? No. So that is how the carrying capacity tools for honorable academicians may work well, which recommendation you may give to the local government. Okay, this is the capping, and that is how the new destination exploration can be done. And another example for Himachal only, when ATAL tunnel was opened, there was a flock of tourists on the other side of the tunnel to the Himalayan terrain. What happened? Over and overflow of the tourists. Now, the other side of the people, the local community, they may have seen 100 of the tourists in a day or in a month. If they see 1,000 of the tourists, what will happen? A, psychologically the acceptance may come, it may take time. B, do we have the infrastructure? We had no infrastructure for 2 months, maybe for 1 month, I don't know the exact timing, but there was no infrastructure initially, starting from toilets, starting from cafes, starting from restaurants, starting from accommodation. So what happened? There was littering everywhere. The bottles of the alcohol, even the plastics, it was lying everywhere. In between, the local administration had to take an action that, okay, for certain to the further notification, we don't want tourism. Why? Because it went off the way, infrastructure was not there, and tourists start coming, the flocking in. That is how, when we talk about 3 basic parameters of sustainable tourism, ecology, economy, and the local people, there has to be an equilibrium. And these indicators, exhaustive list of indicators, may play well when we want to keep the upper tag, the cap, that how much tourist, which destination, Rakhigadhi's example, we want people to be there, but how acceptable the local community could be. So we need to see all these parameters and all these indicators to quantify. So how these indicators can be in terms of the tourism operation can be handy. Service quality, as an industry expert, I agree. Facility, I agree. Management system, I agree. The final outcome in terms of the numbers, the final outcome, how much it has been contributed back to the local community is important. And that is how the 4 outcome measure, 4 sustainability indicators as an industry professional, I find are very important. Service quality, facility, management system, and outcome. So again, let's go back to this slide. So whatever indicators, statistics we are talking about, are we able to deliver the way the customers would want? So based on the consumer behavior, in last 2 to 3 years, we can, as an industry professional, it may not be full-fledged accepted definition or terminology for the academicians, but in order to segregate the consumer behavior, to set the market, the target markets across the world, we industry professionals refer this: Uber traveler, vanity-driven traveler, and ethical traveler. Now, we have been trying to map the consumer behavior with consumer delight by keeping the sustainability indicators and sustainability aspect in mind, so that whatever customer wants should be delivered, but we should not be compromising on the social, economic, or ecological value of that particular destination. So 3 kind of travelers: Uber travelers, vanity driven traveler, ethical travelers. Uber travelers are, I mean, okay, they could be the people like most of us are here, they don't believe in doing experiments. Whatever the word of mouth, the reference has been given by their friends, the families, they would want to go for that destination, and they will go to the mature destination. They won't compromise with the luxury, the comfort, and that is the Uber travelers historically have been the traditional travelers for our country before 1990s, till the time this digital revolution came handy and we have access of information. Another is vanity-driven travelers. I have noticed that when these online travel companies came handy, which was Make My Trip, which was Booking.com, which were other digital platform-based companies, wherein they have this the millennials customers, the customer who are 20, 25, 30 years of the age. They have all the entire 24 hours. They have access of Facebook, Instagram. I mean, I don't know what all those gadgets could be, but those the social sort of gadgets wherein whatever they are doing, they are putting in on their web, the portals, those forums, Instagram or Facebook for that matter. So this is again a kind of traveler wherein millennium would want to share anything or everything, but they have done differently than others on their social media, and they won't mind paying a bit more, whatever their budget is, but they want to show their experience, their expertise wherever the moments to impress others. And this is one of the segment of the travelers which has been captured very well by the online companies, the digital transformation impact. And third is the ethical travelers. And these are the travelers which have seen the enormous growth in last 2 to 3 years. But the way they saw the COVID, the scenario which has happened, and like the example which I shared, the Dhauladhar range view from Jalandhar, or the view of the base of the lake. So they are more responsible. They are millennium also. They are the old age travelers also. And what they want to do, they want to give it back to society. They would want to stay in campsite. They want to stay in boutique hotels, holidays close to nature, local activities. They would want to be with the local communities. They want to interact. That is how the homestay concepts are very, very high in demand in nowadays. And especially working from home, remote working, you can work anywhere in Himalayas to the beaches to Andaman. You just have good internet access, clean and hygiene room. For 2 months, 3 months, you can have your own time there. So those are the ethical travelers. So that is how, and these are few of the activities which I have taken from my own website, my company's website, how ethical travel would want to travel. Ethical travelers would want to travel. They want to enjoy themselves, not compromising. One segment, not compromising on the luxury. They want best of the luxury, but in the lap of nature. They would want to do the activities like hot air ballooning. They would want to contribute back to the ecology. They would want to contribute back to the society. They would want to know if they are giving some donation to some school or some NGO, whether it has reached to the right people at the ground zero. They may do follow with like the travel companies with like us 6 months later of their traveling also, that okay, I would like to know that what impact my donation, my contribution has created on that particular community. Maybe child education, maybe girl education, maybe health and hygiene, anything or everything. What contribution has happened? That is the question which ethical travelers may ask even after their tour is over 6 months down the line. So again, focal company have the responsibility to connect the customer with the stakeholders and the destinations. Suppliers have responsibility to adhere to all those indicators, sustainability indicators, what we have talked about. Government have responsibility to make those sustainability indicators conducive as per the market requirement. And the stakeholder, especially the honorable academicians, you have responsibility to work out the policy and statistical tools. I mean, though I'm not saying you have responsibility, but that's what I feel, that maybe when we are defining the role of every stakeholders, so maybe you as in the backbone to the government, maybe this could be something that you can put forward in front of the government to make a policy in a way that we should be able to adhere those sustainability indicators. And that's how the sustainable supply chain management can be created. And as in tour operating company, we have wider role to play because we are the connecting links between clients and the destination. So we are talking about endangered places, fragile ecosystem, rescaling and upscaling. Yes, we are talking about it. And we are putting efforts for the climate change as well. We are putting efforts to educate local people and their children as well. So this is how we can motivate the older generation, local community to be part of the tourism. And that's how the next generation can be educated there and then within their society. And this is how the local handicraft can be promoted and can be, keep alive in their own territories. So apart from that, we have various audit processes for the sustainability, which is more of a subjective in nature. That we have health and safety audits, we have service level agreements. We are making every stakeholder responsible, like suppliers. We, as procurement person, I always would want to take my discussion forward to negotiate a contract with a supplier who is responsible enough to focus on the sustainability part, how they are contributing. On record, they should have 50, 60 or 70% of the local staff in their hotel. And that is how the entire value chain system can be, we can make it more fertile at ground zero. And here, the quantification of carbon footprints, the monitoring and evaluation of data management. And this slide is for, honestly saying, this is more for the academicians, that which tools you can, new tools can be created, wherein the effective data management and monitoring and evaluation of that data can be done, and how we can quantify the carbon footprints. So, example which we as an industry professional are trying to create a difference. If a client would want to go for a kayaking trip in Sweden or 5 days paddling in Peninsula of Greece, the idea is to be a bit adventurous. That's the client's idea. But out of these two destinations, he's open for both, or maybe more inclined towards one, less towards the other one, but he's okay with the idea. So if we are clearly able to tell that trip in Sweden has average count, the carbon footprint of 48 kg per person, for the sake of discussion, I'm sharing this with you, which includes everything, all like food, transportation, accommodation, activities. And Greece will be having 220 kg per person. If we are able to quantify it, in your opinion, for a responsible traveler, which itinerary, which package the customer will choose? Off to audience. Off to audience. A destination having 48 kg per person carbon impact, and other one is 220 kg per person. So by default, the choice will go for Sweden, wherein we have less carbon footprint impact. So this, as in travel expert, tourism expert, we can tell the customer, we can always, yes, right. It can influence the decision, and we, as in the moderator, we can try to influence it, giving them both the option. And as I said, the ethical travelers would want to go to the place wherein they are not compromising in the thought process of the idea of the travel, okay, soft adventure, but again, they would want to contribute to the nature, to society in a better way. So, but these quantification, how we can get it? We need to have a tool, and who can make the tool? Respected academicians. Once that tool is out, we can always count on these kind of, although this is a more of a theoretical situation at the moment, but yes, in times to come, who knows, that we can have the carbon footprint impact, average carbon footprint impact of itinerary, and we can give it to the client along with the other aspects of their experience, and that is how it can influence. So we need to have a right tool in place, and that's how we always expect honorable academicians that let's join hand to hand together to work out something which can influence the government, or which we as industry professional can quickly count on these kind of carbon footprint impacts of few others. This is just one of the example, the indicators, so that we can get the right client at right place without compromising the sustainability aspect of the destination. So most clients don't understand, most travelers, they don't understand that how they can do it. So till the time we objectively, we are not telling them, okay, as the example I cited, 48 versus 250, they will go for the less. And that is those kind of tools we need to quantify the carbon footprints in our industry. There may be various tools for the quantification, but for tourism industry, because we as in industry experts, we are not at, what should I say, innovative in a way that, okay, we can, identify that, okay, this tool could be applicable. We'll pick just one tool, we'll put the value of the number of days, number of kilometers, or could be other parameters, and we need to have the final value and we can show it to the customers. And that will act the motivator also. So what I feel that in the field of sustainability in tourism, there has been there's a lack of number-based approach. We have been talking overused terminology of sustainable tourism, sustainability, but are we able to quantify it? It may take time, I do understand. It's relatively new term, but we need to fast track our approach. And one of the example is decarbonized itineraries, which few of the travel companies in Europe, they are taking it, and China also is very proactive in this. Example, if you have a domestic flight within the itinerary which is of 90 minutes or less, instead of giving the flights, why not to give the luxury train, high-speed trains with not compromising on the service, but give them the mode of transport which will be having less carbon influence or the impact on the entire itinerary. And that's how I got it from one of the website, that this is one of the itinerary in China, that on the left hand side you will see a small icon of aeroplane that from Hong Kong to Xi'an, they were used to take flight. Now if they are taking the train, they are impacting positively on carbon footprints. I mean, that's how the entire value chain management should work on. Few other examples are treks, cycling, walking tours. Although these things are happening practically, but we need to enhance it, enhancing it in a way that quantification can be done. We need to identify contracting more innovation wherein renewable energy sources are being used. We need to use electric vehicle on the arrival or transfer wherever it is possible. Like Jordan and Iran is anyway doing it. So there are opportunities, there are possibility of new product development for sustainability in tourism industry by using all these efforts and connecting the dots of all the stakeholders together, academicians, government, we tourism professionals, industry professionals, to give a bouquet of the package to the customer, which is sustainability conducive to the community-based tourism, to the community, so that community should welcome the guest with full-fledged of their wishes, not having, like I share the example of Shimla, that okay, we don't want tourists for these 2 to 3 months because their own resources are being compromised. So together we can invent the opportunities and navigate the horizon for us, for all of us. So from slide 1, where I mentioned that the global leaders have few concern, and then how tourism can play a role and how sustainability can play a vital role, and how sustainability indicators can play a role, and where the relevance of integration of all the stakeholders can be done together. Honorable academicians have more responsibility to start from clean slate, being the backbone of the government for the policy making, and then we can catalyze, as in industry professional, we can catalyze all these efforts to reach the right clientele. And with this, I would like to sum up. My time is, I'm 1 minute over, sorry for that, but with this I would like to I'm grateful to all of you for your patience, though unfortunately we are not physically present with each other, but I hope that I could add a little value to this event from my side.
I think that has been truly an incredible session by Dr. Amit Kumar. Friends, let me tell you that his consent of joining this AICTE ATAL Faculty Development Program was something which I was anxiously waiting for me. I mean, you see that with sincere earnest and keenness, he has been continuing his professional journey with determination and sincerity, and that you could see and visualize that how whatever lessons in life he has learned in more than 2 decades, he has dedicatedly provided those thoughts, learnings, and lessons to you in this session. Let me tell it very clearly, dear friends, that he has been associated with travel supply chain industry and has been a consultant to various hospitality and tourism firms for sustainable business growth models. And yes, he is really passionate for teaching in various management institutes and universities. If you look towards his thoughts, they are so clear and helps us to develop a better understanding about that how sustainability is important. How can we look forward for developing new products and what can be the alternate ways and reasons there too. A beautiful example which I would like to take from his session and deliberation today, that why a train should be preferred for a particular duration of journey in connect to others and how we can contribute in reducing the carbon footprints. Well, that's truly amazing. And I'm sure that he would be helping us in times to come as well. Let me also tell you that he is an industry speaker and has been conferred as Procurement Leader of the Year 2020 by the Institute of Supply Chain Management, Mumbai. So all I can say is that on behalf of all the participants and the organizing team for this AICTE ATAL Faculty Development Program, I take this opportunity to express gratitude to Dr. Amit Sharma for joining us as a distinguished speaker in this workshop. And I'm delighted to share that the participants who are here from 24 different states of India are greatly enthused by your session. Your valuable insights into sustainability, tourism, product development, and on larger part, life skills have no doubt helped the learners excelling in their journey of learning life skills for blissful life. I'm sure that your support will help us to excel ahead
Dr.
in
Ashish,
further life. Yes, I'm listening to you.
yeah, I have a question to the speaker that particularly I'm also related to the CSR activity, but my observation is that out of the CSR fund, very few percentage is spent on the environmental aspect. This mostly goes to the people aspect. And that's what I wanted to highlight. He's talking about sustainability and tourism and related activity, carbon footprint. But then very less amount is spent on the CSR fund total on this activity. Why this is so?
Very interesting question. I appreciate and would like the distinguished speaker to kindly answer to it.
Sir, I agree with you because there has to be homogeneity for the distribution of the fund, utilization of the fund to all the relevant, the possible beneficiaries. So, as an industry professional, what I feel that for us also, especially the sustainable tourism, is relative new area. So for you are correct in saying for most of the private companies, the sustainability is only CSR, what it is being perceived, but which is not correct. CSR is just a part of the entire bigger forum. So in due course, in fact, within organizations also, various organizations, these talks are on, brainstormings are on that yes, there should be equitable distribution of these funds into various aspects. So, sir, I feel, I mean, though I cannot comment on the rest of the companies, but yes, I feel that within our organization, these talks are on. It has been felt as well, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for valuable insights, Dr. Amit. Well, that was a question from Dr. Vijay. Now, I'd quickly move to chat box. We would like to take some more questions. If somebody else would like to have raised some query or thing, we would certainly steal a minute more from Dr. Amit. And all those who enjoyed session of Dr. Amit, please type into the chat box so that we get to know about it before we bid bye-bye to Dr. Amit. And we do look forward for you all switching on your cameras with smiling faces so that we can click your photographs with iconic personality Dr. Amit, and we put it into your WhatsApp group deliberately decided for this. I'll request Dr. Amit to kindly stop sharing his screen so that we can have more participants on stage.
So, sir, how to do it? That's
Dr. Amit, at the center bottom of the page, you will find unshare, or on the top of the screen, if you'll go, you will find an option of stop sharing.
I'm not able to.
No problem. What I'll do is I'll take these rights from you.
Okay.
I've done that. And now I'll stop sharing. Okay, that's perfectly right. So I'll request all the participants to kindly switch on your cameras. Let's have wonderful, lovely photos with Dr. Amit. Quick, quick, and quick. And I'm increasing the size here, taking smileys. One, give me a moment. Let me put into your ATAL groups so that you get right into your mobile phones for you. And here they are. I'll take few more. Lovely people.
We have a question on the chat box, sir. Sir, we have a question from Himanshi in the chat box. Sir.
I'll take that. Himanshi, there is a question that you have raised. Due to low income, artisans are migrating and switching their profession. How can we sustainably contribute to motivate artisans to continue their original profession? Very interesting question. Over to Dr. Amit.
So it has been one of the moral thumb rule for tourism industry that when we talk about, I mean, having any kind of tourism, be it sustainable tourism and maybe in the field of leisure tourism, be it in the field of MICE or be it in the field of adventure, the thumb rule is we should be able to contribute back to the stakeholders who are at ground zero, which we call the CBT, community-based tourism concept. So even tourism can act a driver, a motivator to hold on them back. And in fact, not only to hold them back, to have the reverse migration also. There has been many examples across the world. Africa is one of the example. And a case study was done by our own company. We have a philanthropy arm in our company, Abercrombie and A&K Philanthropy. So we have ensured that the artisan, the local community should not go out. So what we are doing, in the interim, we are providing the child education and we are donating to the schools in terms of pure water and the free school dresses and books. That's the one part. That's a small term. That cannot be collaborated with the long-term goals. But the other aspect is teaching and giving training to the local youth about their local ecosystem, which they already know. In fact, if you ask me honestly, we have, as Dr. Saab mentioned, we have the academician, honorable academician across the country. So about their own region, about their own state, nobody know better than the locals. But we need to give training to those locals that they should be at par with the quality of what we expect as a local guide, local escort, what international travelers are reaching to their place. So consumer behavior, which I mentioned. So what we do, we give trainings to those youths so that they can take our assignments. Our clients who are coming there, they can take assignment, they can earn money. Once they're earning money at their own place, that means they are investing that money back to the economy, the local economy. That is how the ecosystem may grow. So efforts are on to at various level. Like one of the slide which I show, that local women, the artisans, they are putting their stalls on. And now the hoteliers, there are many hotels, they're not charging to put their stalls in their hotel. They're not charging from the artisans. Two reasons. Clients who, like for example, a client from Kerala, if they're traveling to Haryana or Punjab, if they'll see the local art and folk, is someone is performing there, they would want to buy. That will add value to the hotel also, the USP. That is how the both side equilibrium goes. So to answer your question is to educate the local people, the youth empowerment is the key. In a way, what we as an industry professional want them to deliver in a very conducive way without compromising on the basic parameters of sustainability.
Well, how thoughtful of you to respond to all the queries and infuse the ideas and minds.
Thank you, sir.
So with this, we express gratitude to Dr. Amit, and we look forward for having him here again with us in times to come. I'm sure that the participants have got valuable insights from this session. It's interesting to see the comments of Anita, Sahil, Kiran writing very interesting, wonderful session, great session. Meenakshi, Kaushik, Nilesh ji writing interesting, excellent, informative. Kamrul ji, Dr. Lakwinder, very useful, informative. Ramya, thank you. Ritesh, excellent session. Meenakshi Pandey, innovative and interesting session. So I think the day has been made. So it's time to go for lunch, and you see we will join back at 1:55. Now, in the third session of this day 2, we will be having another charismatic personality, Mr. Pratik Hira, coming and joining, who is president of Tornos and the state head of ITO. So we look forward for welcoming him and joining back at 1:55. Till then, take care of yourselves.
Can I add one comment about Pratik ji?
Yeah.
Something which I was talking about the stakeholder management, the vendors. Now Pratik ji and his company is one of the vendor for us. So when we talk about sustainability, Pratik is one of the person and his company is one of the entity of the travel company who understand these concepts very well and implement as well on the ground. So this is the
Wow,
statement which I can make about Pratik ji.
that's lovely. So I think that connects the dot also, that starting from Taj coming to you and then going to the real application user really makes sense and sounds interesting. So thank you for being there with us on board, Dr. Amitji. We look forward for meeting you in person as well in times to come. Wonderful being there with you. Lovely person you are. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. So we pause for a break here and we resume at 1:55. Till then, take care. Enjoy your lunch. Bye-bye.
Good afternoon, Ashish.
Namaskar, sir. I'm so delighted to meet you.
Same here, same here. So on
I
Webex,
have no
actually,
words
I
to
haven't
express
shared
my
my screen
experience.
ever, so I was a little worried about screen share on Webex.
Sir, it's so easy. You'll
Yeah.
have to go to the center of the page.
Yeah, that's fine. So I just check once and then.
Bottom yours. Yeah, I'm stopping sharing my screen. You please check.
Yeah, okay. I'll just check once and then.
Yes, it is visible, sir.
Yeah, perfect. So it works.
So
how do I stop it? Stop sharing. Yeah.
I'll take it from you,
Perfect.
sir.
Perfect. Yeah, done.
Sir, we have about 8 minutes for the participants.
Yeah, that's perfectly all right. So now I'm comfortable once I know.
Yeah, in the meantime, I'll continue to play the video of Tornos.
Oh,
and,
thank you.
Then we started to.
Yes, it's perfect.
Tornos is a story of dream to belief that started out in 1994. We started out as an experiential tour company, and it was a time when experiential travel was virtually unknown to people in India. Of course, it was quite difficult for us to explain to people what experiential travel is all about, but we've come quite far. And today, our heritage walk, the culinary walk, and the culinary experiences are quite top of the line, recommended, highly recommended rather, by Condé Nast Traveler, Lonely Planet, National Geographic, and so many other travel magazines. Walking tours, our experiences are quite well researched, well planned, and well formed. So when you are taking a culinary walk, for example, so expect a chef himself doing this, leading this culinary walk. It's not done by a general tourist guide. So that's the major difference, how we differentiate with other tour companies. Our craft tours, for example, the Threads of Lucknow is another high point for the guests visiting who want to have a hands-on experience on the delicate embroidery, which is called chikan or the zari or the mukesh. Our specializations have been, of course, gastronomy, history, culture, and craft. Another very unique sphere that we are working on is the uprising of 1857, which is a huge subject, and a lot has been written about it, including the places in Lucknow and Kanpur. So we have many tours that we have framed around it, and all these tours are led by expert guides who have specialized in this particular subject of the Indian uprising of 1857. Heritage Walk is taking you to an area that is still kind of a living museum of crafts in Lucknow. We take you to certain nook and corners of Lucknow where you can see the craftsmen at work, where actually the Lucknow of yore lives. We're doing a lot of activities in the gastronomy sphere, which includes home dining experiences where we're taking you to different homes and you get to try out the menu that is curated by the family itself, and you're dining there. So it's sort of first-hand experience of cuisine that you are getting at these homes. The punchline of our logo itself says the nostalgic experience. So it is indeed nostalgic when people travel through us and experience all our experiential tours that interest them. And we are always happy to work out special tours, tailor-make the itineraries, and work on their requirements.
Thank you, Ashish, for playing it. It refreshes the memory when we were working. So, at the moment, it's a
Good afternoon, sir, and welcome back on board. Sir, let me tell you in the time being that this is a newly established center of the university, a Center for Life Skills and Soft Skills. I serve as a professor of Hotel and Tourism Management and have been the director of Hotel and Tourism Management Institute of this university for almost a decade. And the university has entrusted me as founder director to nurture this center. So AICTE was kind enough to sanction us faculty development programs through AICTE Training and Learning Academy, which is commonly known as ATAL. And we did a faculty development program in June this year, which was elementary and was open for all. Now, in second phase, we did a program on life skills for pharma professionals, and that was in collaboration with Department of Pharmaceutical Sciences. And later end, now we are doing it with exclusively for hotel and tourism management. So that's how these faculty development programs have been planned, sir. And we could organize some capacity building programs with National Commission for Women Government of India in order to sensitize female students about career skills, life skills, and professional capacity building. So I'm happy to share with you that from this center, through 5 capacity building programs with National Commission for Women Government of India, we could sensitize 2,458 female students of the university and the affiliated colleges of this university. So that's how we have been moving slowly but steadily. We are looking forward for some possible collaborations with industry and international organizations like the British Council. Talks are on with them so that we can help the students hailing from Haryana. Being a state university, our majority of the students, 85% are from Haryana, to help them develop in their English spoken competencies. And thereafter, we are also exploring possible collaboration with Central University of Kerala, as they do have an Ishridharan Center for Life Skills Education, to plan something interesting for both prestigious higher institutions, Central University of Kerala and FD University Rohtak, to help young learners about developing an understanding of life skills and helping them in their career as well as personal life. So with this, we are working on, and we are grateful to doyens like you, who is kind enough to join us and help us in this journey of blissful life. And I'm sure that the participants, which are from 24 different states and union territories of India, who have joined us through AICTE Atal portal, would be benefited by your words of wisdom. So let me share it with you that majority of the participants are from hotel and tourism institutes across the country, and have been passionately attending these sessions since morning. I'm sure that the ideas and different dimensions that you would add will certainly add a value to their learning. So with this, I formally welcome you. The time is sharp too, and I really acknowledge and appreciate your commitments to our university for taking out time for us from your busy schedule. So grateful to you, sir. Let me tell you that Mr. Prateek Hira is an iconic personality. And if you just Google up or try finding on Facebook or LinkedIn, you'll find a lot of interesting information about him. And he has been associated with industry as well as academia, and has been supporting academia and nurturing young minds through his various sessions, activities, and other such noble causes. Well, I'm also happy to share that he is passionately involved in policy planning, in tourism business, and the video which I shared with the participants Sir, I also need to apprise you that in order to commitment and quest for excellence, we have created WhatsApp groups for these participants. And the next day distinguished speakers, their profiles, videos, and related contents are shared with them a day in advance so that they know that who are the next day mentors who are going to help them in their journey of life skills. Friends, with folded hands, it's my pleasure to introduce Mr. Prateek Hira, a persona with almost 3 decades of first-hand experience in tourism, the founder, president, and CEO of Tornos, an experiential tour company established in 1994 and possibly the first company to start walking tours in India that have been highly recommended by international magazines. His other companies are Guestroads that specializes in food travel to India, Indian Frontiers that cater to the theme of British in India, and more recently, he has co-founded River Rhapsody, a company that specializes in river-based boat tours, luxury camping, and riverside entertainment. Apart from many awards and recognitions, that includes Most Influential Tourism Leader in Travel Industry by ABP News. Recently, in September this year, Mr. Prateek received the highest tourism award in the state of Uttar Pradesh for his 27 years of committed and dedicated service to the industry by Honorable Chief Minister Uttar Pradesh, Yogi Adityanath ji. Mr. Prateek is also a tourism researcher and a teacher of tourism. Being associated with many universities in India and abroad, Mr. Prateek Hira chairs the tourism committee of FICCI's UP State Council. He's UP chairman of Indian Association of Tour Operators and is a member of National Committee on Tourism and Hospitality. Well, I'm also happy to share that Prateek sir has been closely associated with late Professor T.V. Singh. And that itself speaks that how committed and a dedicated persona he is in tourism. So with these few words, I welcome you on board, sir. And over to you for your words of wisdom, please. Namaskar, and thank you for joining us at this virtual platform of Maharishi Anand University, Rohtak. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Professor Ashish Daya. It is a real honor for me to be amidst all of you and speaking to those who are already into a very noble profession.
Sir, I have sent you an unmute request by muting all the participants so that there are no.
You got it. Thank you. Thank you. So it is, in fact, an honor, and plus that it is such a, because the times are so difficult, that the sentiments are down and people are really thinking that what will happen to the tourism industry. But let me put it this way, that nothing will happen to the tourism industry. It will only flourish and flourish much more than we could think, probably, because it is a part of our DNA. Travel is a part of our DNA. So there's no need for students and the teachers of travel and tourism to be bothered that from where the children will come, from where will they get the students. Most of the universities run their the programs in travel, tourism, and hospitality on a self-finance mode. So that is, of course, a reason of worry for most of the institutions and departments that run such courses. But let me tell you that as human beings, we always started being nomads, and now we are sort of quite disciplined, but still nomads, So at the moment the issues of COVID seem to go down and the government allows us to travel, you can see the surge. I'm not advocating that the surge in the Himachal or Uttarakhand was good. But then, having said that, it gives us a positive vibe that things will improve, the things will surge, and there'll be a lot more demand for travel in the times to come. So let us all take it as a sabbatical, and this is such a nice time when Professor Daya, you have thought of introducing this faculty development program, because this is just the time of learning, actually, I would say. All of us are kind of out of our jobs or not having the kind of business that we used to have. The video you played must have been from 2018 or 19 when we last worked, So it brings back the memory when the office was so happening and there were so many people in the office, and now it is very depressing to come to the office and see the empty chairs and the empty computers, nobody sitting on them. But then, we are sure as business persons, we are quite sure that things will improve. So thank you, Professor Daya, once again for giving me this opportunity to interact. Of course, I have framed my lecture or presentation in two parts, which is a kind of an update for the industry that I would like to give, that what's happening, what all changes have we been seeing in the past so many years, and how we are developing this industry, what 2025, 2030 holds for us, because the students that we are preparing now will be required in that kind of a phase, 2023, 24, 25. That's the period, basically. And this has been a lot of paradigm shift in the knowledge that we have been imparting and the kind of students that we are getting. I mean, that's sometimes I think that it's a generation gap when Professor Daya, you must have studied or I studied, and now you see the kind of students that we get. So that's how the generation gap comes. Because earlier I used to think that generation gap jaisi koi cheez hoti nahi hai. But then now you realize, the kind of students that the kind of queries that they have, they are much smarter than we ever were in our times, probably. And that's the surrounding, that's the ecosystem that we are now living in. So I've divided this presentation into two parts. Can I request you to share the link? So I'll just ask my colleague to share the presentation. I'm technically challenged, no technology person actually. So yes, here we are. So I hope now it's visible to everyone.
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Great. So I've divided it into two parts, as I said. That the first part, of course, deals with the industry update, how industry is shaping up, what are the new things that have come into the industry, which most of us may be aware, may not be aware, but we have not paid attention to this kind of the change that we have been going through. And the other part of this presentation, which is a single presentation, is about the careers and the requirements by the industry from the students in the times to come. And are we giving that kind of... So I will rather leave you with more questions than answering your things, because when you have those questions, then you can, being teachers of tourism, you can always think of developing courses around it. So, of course, the topic is quite relevant that, Professor Daya, you have given to me, role of education and training, which is immense. Some people said, in our industry, they said, one of the leading companies, COO was with me on a panel recently. And he said that they have been hiring from institutions which are not tourism institution per se. So they are rather going in for students from MBA programs or different, just a Bachelor of business administration, or simple bachelor's degree program with the traditional subjects. But then I differed with him, because you always have to have a kind of a base that the tourism institutions or the hospitality institutions, the universities give you in this area, which is much easier for those students. But then the problem also, I asked myself that, have we as students, I mean, let's call all ourselves as students, we can never be teachers of tourism, we can always be a student of tourism, because this is such a vast subject, I would say. So as students, have we done enough? Have we evolved kind of enough to catch up with the changing times, with the shift that we have been going through? Of course, COVID is a period which I'm not touching in detail, because a lot has been talked about COVID, and it became depressing for me personally to talk more about COVID. So I'm seeing COVID as some kind of a pandemic which has to end. So which is and everybody knows that it will end. Maybe, we first thought that it will end by year end, and then we moved to another year. We've already passed 2 years, and now this new circus of Omicron has begun, and which nobody knows what it is, how it behaves, but everybody is giving his own opinion on television now. And this thing also will subside in a few days, when they might come up that no, Omicron is same like Delta, and Delta is same like traditional, whatever. So let's not get into that. Of course, it's a natural change, I would say. So COVID only must have become a catalyst for all of us in the industry to change. Now, when I'm saying change is actually the wrong word. So let's call it evolving. So rather than saying that change, because everything evolves, the education system has evolved. We are on a platform which is a kind of a webinar platform, or an online teaching system, which probably pre-2019, I am sure that the director of the institute, Professor Ashish Dahiya, may never ever has exercised this kind of a platform. None of us knew about Zoom. None of us knew about things, but we have evolved, and now this is a thing which is here to stay. I didn't have to travel to Rohtak to take this class. How convenient for me. And even if I was doing something in the morning, I am free just now to take this class, and then I can go back to my. So you have a vast reach of information that can always, it's a welcome kind of a evolution that has happened, which wouldn't have happened if COVID wasn't there around. So that is the one part of it. But the second part of it is, have we evolved? So this is a question that we as teachers need to ask ourselves. Industry is evolving. But have we evolved enough? Have enough, or have we made our students understand this evolution? Or are we still stuck in the old curriculum, which we studied in, say, 1990s, and we are still on that kind of a curriculum? So which is of course a bigger question. So if we see the kind of a change that that has come into the industry, most of us would have not seen what I am about to show you. And if you have, it is so irrelevant to talk about it to the students of today. I doubt anybody who has traveled by air, the new generation especially, our students, our research scholars, have ever seen the way the tickets were made. We were actually, when we were studying travel and tourism, we were taught how to write a ticket, in which column what goes. We used to have a book called ABC for fare calculations, which is so obsolete now. Nobody knows what ABC used to be, or what kind of book there used to be. I'm sure many of us do remember the telephone directory, from which we searched the numbers of our friends, relatives, people, unknown people to call up. But now it's obsolete. Even the landline phones are becoming fast obsolete. I think my mother is the last generation who is still sticks to her landline phone, but I really doubt if we now use any kind of. So this is the evolution which has happened. Now you don't need to calculate fares. You get fares from the system, from the different platforms that have been there. The railway tickets. There was a time when railway tickets had to be return tickets. I remember my father sending a telegram to the station manager. My father worked for Indian Railways, so I had a lot of information about these things. And he used to send a telegram to Bombay for the return ticket to be reserved for all of us. Now imagine that telegram not reaching there, and we reach Bombay. How do we return? So, but all these things are obsolete. Some stations are still using this as a platform ticket, but I'm sure none of the stations anywhere in the world is using this kind of a ticket to travel by train. So this is another thing that has changed. Handwritten passports. I think our first passports were like that, but we have evolved, and it is such this thing. No country will accept handwritten passports now. So everything has been evolving, and how it has been evolving is a very interesting fact that we need to see. That what are the major impacts? How does it change? How do the things change? And what are the impacts that? What are the things that impact the tourism industry? Of course, wars, civil unrest, and terrorism more recently has impacted the way we travel, the kind of checks that you go through at the airport. There weren't those checks in earlier days, I tell you. The people who may not have traveled earlier by air, it was just a kind of a simple way that you entered the airport terminal and gave your baggage and just sat in the aircraft. I remember receiving my guests from the staircase of the aeroplane. This was the kind of an earlier arrival that used to happen, because we would just walk into the airport terminal with our guests, check them, and there were no passes, there were no tickets. And then there were natural calamities, there are natural calamities which impact. Now, what has happened is that the spread of news has also become too fast, but it is also kind of misrepresented at times. A bomb blast in Kashmir doesn't affect Kanyakumari, for example, but they tell you that there is a bomb blast in India and there is a travel advisory that don't travel to India. Now, people need to understand how big a country India is. The similar is the case with natural calamities. You have earthquakes, you have floods, but these are not even the entire states. India is such a huge country, not even the entire state is affected by floods or these or earthquakes or these natural calamities that we call. But the news spreads in such a manner, and the knowledge of geography that people have is really low. It's too low. I remember, it may be off the topic, but regarding the knowledge of geography, because the point came up, I was traveling back from New York to India, Delhi, and there was this gentleman who sat by my side, and I asked him, I knew, of course, the flight is going to India, because we were on that flight. So I asked him, where is he going? So he says that I'm going to Taj Mahal. So, I said, so it was a spontaneous reaction. I said, okay, Agra. He said, no, Taj Mahal. So this is the kind of geography that Westerners or people have. So in that case, it is very hard to explain them that what impact natural calamity does, but it does impact. And then comes the border policies, that how you are welcome in a particular country. That's a major impact. Social and political issues between India and Pakistan, or more recently with China, probably. So when this was going on, I had written an article for one of the magazines, I think Economic Times it was published in, and I spoke about the xenophobia that will now set in for the Chinese travelers into India, because people thought that this virus is from China, so all Chinese need to be barred from coming. And China, mind you, is a huge market for everybody. It was driving huge tourism businesses. There are clusters I have seen in America, in the UK and rest of Europe. Huge Chinese presentation is the Chinese presence is there. So, but then these were the social and political issues that may impact this thing. And then we all heard about epidemics. There was plague, and there were so many other epidemics. But pandemic was a new word for this generation, and probably the generation that the living generation, I would say, because the Spanish flu probably was the last pandemic that took the entire world. But again, the news wasn't. The news agencies weren't so active, or it wasn't active in those times, so we know very less about how it sort of changed the entire world. But this present pandemic has impacted tourism a lot, and probably this will encourage revolution, and all these things combined probably affect an economic slowdown which impacts tourism. Fair enough. And there is a huge psychological impact as well, which we are having, which we are facing at the moment. So this impact for COVID, earlier when I had to travel, or we would just, decide that we need to go to areas in Maharashtra or areas in Karnataka or Singapore or Thailand or Hong Kong or US. But today you have to think twice. You have to go back. You have to do a lot of research. What are the restrictions? And there's a huge psychological impact that we need to be near our home city so that we can travel back quickly if something goes wrong. And these are all psychological impacts that we are going through. And the revenge tourism, the word that you all are hearing these days, is also a part of psychological impact in a different manner, that we want to really travel. You may not have traveled earlier so quickly as you are wanting to travel these days. So any weekend that comes, you start thinking about travel. Any long holiday that comes, you start thinking. It wasn't so earlier, mind you, because the turf was open for you to travel. Now with the restrictions, the more you restrict, the people have more urge to travel. And then the major change that has been brought due to all these things, all these impacts are twofold: through internet and technology in the business backend and in the front end. So business backend is how we operate business. And front end is how that business looks like. So when we say operate business, there is intervention of OTAs, the online travel agents who came and took the things by. So there was a huge impact on the industry. And business front end, how do people think? What do people think about travel? So that was a major change that happened with the industry, with the advent of the internet and technology. Now, we also need to realize, as we were talking in our opening remarks, that we will travel. So it may be a temporary sabbatical and impact, but tourism has been a part of our lifestyle now. It is very much a part of our lifestyle now, and it is only growing. So there was a time when we talked about social tourism. Social tourism meant that everybody has a right to travel. But today, I think that everybody does have a right to travel. So the talking about something like social tourism really doesn't matter, so it doesn't really impact. So everybody has a right to travel. It is no more, it is an essential activity, I would say, no more a leisure activity. So the definition also, I would urge that it be changed. It is an essential activity now. It is a rightful activity now. So they may be traveling for leisure, but it is not only a leisure activity. And when I come later on my slides, I will tell you how the character of travel has changed. And then there's some mistake in the slide. It's back actually. Industry has bounced back after each downturn and surged. So, which means that whenever we have tried to suppress the industry, whenever we have tried to suppress travel, we have only grown much stronger. Same happened with the OTAs, with the advent of OTAs. The brick and mortar companies were suppressed by the online travel agents, but they emerged, they evolved, they emerged much stronger. They had more revenues from a different market, from a different segment, and the same. And like we talked about the revenge tourism, it is just one good apt example for this. The more you stop us, the more we flood the places, the destinations. We may not be right in terms of, I heard that you had a sustainability session as well. So if I'm an advocate of sustainable tourism, it is absolutely wrong. But then it is also giving us a kind of a sign that what the industry is poised for in the times to come, which means you can imagine you can expect the same kind of surge, not only from the domestic travelers, but also from the inbound travelers into India at a later stage. And then we are talking about that how the change is the constant. So as I said, let's call it evolution. We are changing, but it is a part of our sort of being that we have to change. So we have to change the way we conduct our business, to whom are we selling, what the market wants from us, and these things keep changing. And the demography. Mind you that 2 years back, when we say, for example, that we have an age group of 40 to 60 who travel the most. When we stopped travel, these people were 28 or say 38 when we were not counting them as our market. But today, when we restart after 2 years or 3 years, they will become a part of our market. So there is a shift, number one. Number two, there were also talks about that the seniors, the people who are in a higher age bracket, may travel lesser now as compared to the youngsters, because the fear of getting the infection in terms of COVID won't be. So then this is a demographical shift in the age. So the generation will change, the demography, the age brackets of travelers will change, but this is all a part of evolution. We as children were not allowed to go anywhere except for our school tours. But today, once the child is in class 10 or the boys or the girls have crossed their class 10 examination, the parents have to permit them to go with friends, to go for hiking, to go for some kind of a forest something tour or whatever with their friends. We weren't allowed. So that's a shift, that is inevitable. Now, a few words that will drive the industry now. So we have all, as a part of our academic thing, we have studied, but then the highlighted words in this, I'm not going into detail because all of you know most of the things out of this, but I want to just take your attention towards the highlighted terms. Explorer. This is going to be a big thing. Unusual, another big thing. And elite is the third big thing. Charters will be next. So now try to understand why these things will be big. In these lockdown period, say 2 years, when we were not traveling enough, or the lockdown period, the first wave or the second wave, and the long lockdowns that states of Maharashtra and Karnataka and so many other states had, we did what? We were glued to our internets, we were gaining knowledge, we were filling our bucket lists with destinations. We were researching destinations. I'm talking in terms of traveler. I, as a tour operator, was attending, and similar was the case with other operators, the maximum kind of webinars. I think we have never ever gained such a kind of a knowledge which we did during these 2 years. I was attending any and every webinar that was being hosted by, say, Government of India. They were doing Dekho Apna Desh, taking us to different nooks and corners of the country, introducing us to different destinations. I did not know that we can do these destinations. What is there in these destinations? What are the fine points in these destinations? I was sitting when I am free, I'm locked up at home. What am I doing? I'm sitting with my computer on my computer and searching destinations, how to reach, what to do, this, that, and only adding to my knowledge. So explorers and each of us, I'm not referring to only tour operators or tourism professionals. I'm talking about general people, laymen, who were doing same. So they will become explorers. They will include unusual destinations. They will include unusual themes they would like to do, not the usual tours. Elite, because we have also graduated, I tell you, I have seen in these days that the cost of the 5-star deluxe hotels, most luxury hotels, came down quite a bit. And once the people who were used to staying in the budget hotels, say for example, they were spending 4,000 or 5,000 staying in a budget hotel, and if they were getting the same kind of tariff or a bit more in 5-star deluxe hotels, and they have opted for it, they will probably now have got into a habit of staying in these hotels. So they are graduating. They are graduating from a normal tourist, from a mass tourist to elite. Mass I have not marked because mass tourism is always, will already be declining now post-COVID, and people want to be with their friends and family. So small little groups they might form. Charters have done a real good business during this COVID times. People have got used to taking these charters abroad and even within India. A lot of weddings are happening and a lot of charter business has come in. So these are the words that will drive the types of tourists that will drive the industry. And then how tourism will behave is experiential, experimental, and existential. Existential is a lot about spirituality. You see the thrust areas that the government has on the spiritual tourism, on the religious tourism. So existential, of course. And then experiential and experimental tourism, which is only confined to the inbound markets till now, but Indians have started experiencing these things. You see the kind of the vlogs that people are doing, and you will realize that this is the next big thing, that India's tourism market, which is kind of maturing now. This is the evolution. It has matured now because for quite some time, domestic travelers were not being considered as a real tourist or real travelers. But now we have understood that this is a one big, huge market that we have to rely on. So these are the types of tourists which will gain prominence. And then there'll be a shift from at least mid-centric, the allocentric and the mid-centric and the psychocentric, all will have a kind of a similar sort of thrust, and there will be a shift in psychology. So the allocentrics will turn into mid-centrics and mid because of their age factor. So consider that 2 years have gone. Maybe third year also goes. It's actually gone, till 31st. They have cancelled the flights and the travel restrictions are there. So I am assuming that 3 years of no proper tourism business, travel business will be there. So 3 years is a huge time for this kind of shift to happen. And then what will be the major things, what will be the concerns? Health and safety, of course, huge concern. And it is also kind of go-getting attitude that if you're getting a chance to visit a destination, just do it now, because tomorrow you don't know, there might be restrictions. So that's a psychological process that has crept in within us, and we are trying to do everything, all together and do maximum things. and we have learned to escape. The moment we get slightest opportunity, weekend travel, for example, huge rush. You will not get rooms in city like Agra, for example. So a Delhi crowd, Delhi becomes empty during weekend. People are moving to Himachal, Uttarakhand, even Agra, I would say. So I'm based out of Lucknow. It's a 3-hour drive, and I have traveled, I think, about 7 or 8 times to Agra during this period. I did not travel so much to Agra earlier, but because this is a kind of escapism that has crept in. And the holidays are in abundance because the nature has changed. The children are doing a hybrid kind of an education. The work has become hybrid. We never thought that we could work from home so casually. The companies are happy if you opt for work from home. TCS has given options, that 25% of staff can take work from home. They are happy because they're spending less on office maintenance. They are spending, in our office also, we are operating with 2 rooms, which means only 2 air conditioners against 7 air conditioners. So it's reducing the cost, So everything is being reduced. So that is and then the nature, is the new tourism where we want to go to places like forest areas, the biospheres, the close to ecology. So that is another area that we are trying to explore. And mind you, we have a very knowledgeable, very informed traveler that we are about to face now in the coming years. So what are the words that are driving the industry now? These are some of the new terms that will drive leisure, which is a combination of business travel and leisure. Now, if you go back and see the definition of tourism, it's always said that your activity of travel should not be remunerated. So unless they have changed it in the recent times, which I doubt they have, they still say that the activity should not be remunerated. But this is a change. Leisure is business and leisure. So I go to a place and of course for business, for work, but then also I include my leisure time within that. So this is a huge combination of leisure, business and leisure that we should hope to see now in the coming times. We have brat packers. So brat packers are basically the youngsters who, and this is the new market I'm telling you, the youngsters who are traveling. The term brat means spoiled. So, but here we are using it in a positive sense. Now you see the picture, these are all youngsters holding a glass of beer, and then there are beer jugs also kept on the table. So there's a lot of beer going inside. So, but this is a huge market. That is because they are not worried about the disease. They are not worried about many things. This will be a new market. So these are the travelers, the brats who will travel the most now in the coming this thing. And then there is couch surfing, where people are sharing their homes. So it's a complete community that you come and stay at my home, and when I come to your place, I stay at your home. So couch, the word comes from couch, means that I'll just spare my couch outside. I'm sleeping on my bed. I will not spare my bed. I don't have an extra room, but I will create a room for my friends or for my acquaintances to, and it's a low cost way of travel. And then comes vacation. Now, these are few words that you have heard in these times. Vacation, when you go out for a vacation. Now, this is, I'm talking about industry. Are we preparing our students enough for these new things that are about to come? This is a question that we need to answer to ourselves. Vacations are just a holiday for a day because that's what you are getting and you want to escape. So that's vacation. And then you have another term called friendly. Now, friendly comes, it's a German term basically, which means that travel to unknown or far off places. Now, if you translate it, it means that sickness to travel to faraway places, if you do a literal translation.
So people want to go out, they want to go to unknown places, they want to travel as far as possible. And this is another area that you need to work on, or your students need to work on. And then comes glamping. So it's just putting up a small camp, which can be a luxurious camp in wilderness, maybe, where there's nothing. So these people, there are companies that are exploring such opportunities, which may be away, which may not be in the cluttered cities, as we talked about, close to being close to nature. This is one part of it. Glamping, where the glamour is not compromised, and you have a camp accommodation to stay at. And then comes gray nomad. So the population that is graying in 3 years, many have grayed. I mean, I have a more gray hair than I had 3 years ago when I closed 2 years ago when I sort of took leave from real business. The business wasn't there. So gray nomad is something like people want to travel in the twilight years and they want to go to their places. Now this is a picture of a trailer which can be put on the car or on a jeep. And then you have caravan tourism, quite similar to this. And there's a lot of caravan tourism happening in India. There is a specific caravan tourism policy by the state of Maharashtra, by Kerala, which is doing really big way in terms of promoting caravan tourism, because it kind of keeps you out of the fear of all these diseases and being among the crowded place. This is mancation. This is men are men, So men want a kind of a holiday where they can do all things crazy among themselves. So, and a similar way would be solo women travelers who are on the rise. I mean, there are companies that are just doing women travel. I know of one company in Mumbai, which is named Girls on the Go. You can search on the website, and this is a lady who just does travel for women, single women, and so this is another area. So these are all niche areas, mind you, that we can explore off. And this is also a kind of a solo traveler, but it's not only solo, but it could be solo on foot for long travel, quite distant places. So these are other few areas. Staycation. Hotels did a lot of business through staycation. You might be staying in Rohtak or you might be staying in Delhi, but you checked it into a hotel, or you converted your house for that day into a kind of a staycation and just had fun and a lot of holidays. So there are companies that are kind of doing this, curating such travel as well. And then you have travel on foot, specifically travel on foot, where people are traveling long distance on foot. Similar, you have bicycle tours where people are not tours exactly, but people who are traveling and seeing destinations long distance on bicycles. Weekend vacation has already taken roots. I told you about examples of Agra, Himachal, Uttarakhand, which are doing really well during weekend vacation, weekends. Now, the best way is to search a site, say, you can choose one site, Make My Trip, for example, or booking.com, and see the hotel rates on different days of the week, and you would know that there's something going on in the city. It could be weekend. It could be a weekend when the rates are going high. It could be a wedding for which the rates are going high. So these are a few things that will tell you that what kind of travel trend are we seeing. And then, of course, you had a great session earlier, which was on sustainability. Now, sustainability is more of responsible. The difference between responsible, how I see sustainable and responsible, is the responsibility from both the sides. So responsibility from the traveler side and the responsibility from the industry side. So this is sustainable travel is a huge thing. Concepts like farm to plate, and when people are growing their local produce and bringing on the table straight, or minimum carbon
footprints, zero carbon footprints, and so many other concepts that are doing the rounds. And many companies, many operators are are adopting this responsible pledging rather for operating responsible travel. So then this is the future. This is how the future looks like. So you have solo travel, then you have eco travel. So you can go through this slide or click pictures of this slide and understand. So I'm not going too much into detail of each travel, but yes, let me tell you, experiential travel is the new buzzword that's going on since last about 5 years, and this is a huge thing. That travel, it's not sightseeing now, it is rather sight experiencing, where people have matured as travelers and they want to experience a destination, go in the skin of the destination. And then leisure will be again a big thing. The companies have to adapt to this kind of a traveler. Pet friendly travel. So a friend of mine has opened some hotels which are called Dog Story. So they where you can check in with your dog, and dog decides what you eat. They have a dog menu, and many hotels now have this policy, which is a pet friendly policy. So this is another thing that is taking, because usually when you had pets, you had to compromise on travel. Slow travel was restricted to a particular class of market in the inbound travel scene, but now slow travel is really entering the domestic markets as well, where you again want to go deep and deep dive into a destination to which you are traveling, understand it more intricately. Food travel, you have a session. I think tomorrow is a session, if I'm not wrong, on exclusively on gastronomy. So it's a huge domain, which is doing, I mean, this is the most attractive thing, I would say, that is coming up in the travel scene. So food travel is a huge thing. Healthy and organic food and all those things. Grandparents and grandchildren vacation, this is again a new thing, where parents are working and grandchildren and grandparents they are leading a retired life, and grandchildren again get more holidays, can travel more. So grandparents and grandchildren get together and travel. So such and then these are some innovative things that you have. You have robot and chatbox and automation and artificial intelligence, all these things coming into our travel domain in a big way. But yes, a few words that you can pick up from these and make it a part of specialization of your students, and rather inform them so that they can make an informed choice of specializing in one of the domains. So this is what experiential travel is, and it's kind of taking the entire, now also it is the most abused word, I would say, that experience is being local, the closest proximity that you can be with locals is what experiential travel is all about. And then what it offers is that the other word for this is immersive travel. So you have a huge focus on the knowledge and the detailing of that destination, of that experience, and you the closer you get, and these are not made, they are only curated, they exist around us, and we only bring them together as operators. We curate and give a real life experience to our travelers. So that is what experiential tourism is all about. And there are special sort of jobs for curators of experiential travel in companies. So all big companies have started this kind of a job profile, which says the curator of experiences. And then there are certain companies, including mine, which is specialized in experiential travel, which is full of knowledge, which is full of hands-on experience, which is bringing them closer, as close as possible to the locals, to the domain that is being offered to them. And some examples of this experiential travel is like you have the walking tours where you know a market, you go into the detail of that market, you know the evolution of that marketplace. So that's one example. There can be culinary cooking sessions that can probably give you an idea as to how a particular dish came about, what is the history behind the dish, what are the cooking, what are the ingredients, what is the cooking method which excites a traveler. So here in this, I've given some examples of experiential travel, which is it could be a cycling tour to experience a city in the morning. It could be family interactions, just sitting over a cup of tea and talking to people, knowing about them, their lifestyle. Homestays are again experiences. Horseback tours, doing some good intervention they have done in the rural parts of Rajasthan, especially. And then, of course, huge area that has been explored by walking tours all over India, all over the world, in fact. So these are some of the experiential products that are based for tourism. Now, as a second part of this, let's now come on to the career part of the students that I was talking about, being the second part of this thought. Now, when I think of employment, of course, employment has been a kind of a problem for countries like India, with large population. But at times when I see and analyze, I also think that employment is lesser a problem and employability is much more as compared to employment. For my company also, when I have a role in my company, when I want a person for a job, it's so difficult for me to get an employable person. Now, this happens because there is a huge mismatch between what I as an industry want and what you as an academician is preparing for me. So that bridge has to be that gap has to be bridged now with a lot of involvement of the industry in the academic, in the designing of the curriculum, in the teaching. Now, when I was studying travel and tourism, I'm talking about the 90s, that was a time when there were very few teachers. Of course, there were theoretical teachers. I am very lucky to have been taught by people like Professor Tejveer Singh, late Professor Tejveer Singh, a teacher now turned friend, Professor Manoj Dixit, who were doyens of tourism, who studied tourism in great detail and who are great teachers. But then along with them, I had a lot of industry interaction, which means that when I was being taught about Air India, for example, I had a station manager of Air India teaching me. So this was the first-hand knowledge. When I was being taught about policy, I had the principal secretary tourism teaching me policies of government of India or the state concern or Madhya Pradesh or whatever. So this is a gap which has, and now then what happened was that we started producing a lot of teachers, and somehow teachers were giving us a lot of information, but the industry gap only increased, and we were kind of separated more from the industry. Now there was a little survey that I did on 800 students of travel and tourism. So most of you will be surprised, or maybe most of you who are already teaching in the universities would relate to it, that it is very difficult for us to see that tourism is by choice, or has it happened by chance. Now, what has happened was that in this survey, the facts that came out were quite shocking. That only 15% of the students who joined this course in travel and tourism, which would have been MTA program or their BTA program or whatever, PG diploma, whatever, only 15% were aspiring to join it. 22% said that because their parents, relatives asked them to join, or friends who asked them to join, they joined it. They did not know what it is all about. Or did they really want to join it? This was a huge question mark. And then 43%, imagine, almost half, 43% said that they were trying for other courses. They couldn't get through, so they joined tourism. Now imagine you are trying to appear for, say, something else, medical, engineering, or whatever. And then suddenly you feel that, no, you couldn't get through, you're not making it through. So let me join a course in travel and tourism. So it was a very, very shocking fact. Some people said that they are doing the preparation for the competitive exams, and most of them, mind you, were trying for banking exams, who came in and joined tourism. Now, these were 18% who were doing such a thing. 2% had no answers. So now, if this kind of a survey was conducted, and this survey revealed this, now we can ourselves understand what are we aspiring for, or what our students are aspiring for. So this is the first mismatch that is happening. So I told you that this friend of mine who's a COO in a very big travel company, when he came up with this idea, probably his idea was based on this kind of a survey, which he thought that the students were not joining travel and tourism by choice. So there was a time when we were all, most of us, at least, were joining by choice. Now, there were reasons for it, for joining, which I'll come back to you in a later slide, that what probably I think that the reason was there. And I'm quite convinced personally, I may be wrong, and I will leave that to all of you to decide. But then I had reasons for it. Now, another area of concern in tourism has become that tourism is a subject versus a vocation. Now, there are two parts of a study, or I see it as. There are traditional subjects which we are taught, which is psychology, which is English, literature, or economics. And then there are vocations that we are taught. Now, are we treating tourism as a subject, or are we treating it as a vocation? This is another question that I'm not going in the answers of these questions, but I'm just pointing these out so that you can turn your minds now and start thinking of how the courses have to be evolved, how you have to change things to better the environment, to better the chances of the students to land better careers, to have a better career. So a subject of study may be good for doing a PhD, teaching tourism in institutions, but for vocation, there is much more that is required. Now, when I was saying that I have a conviction for it, when I studied tourism personally, it was a postgraduate program in travel and tourism management. There wasn't a degree at that point of time. And then suddenly a degree started, which was called MTA, which is specifically targeted. Now, this is a more analytical part of it, but how I am seeing it in my layman language, when I am opting for a course which says BTA T to be highlighted, I know that I am going in for a tourism program. Similarly, when I'm opting for a course, MTA, Masters in Tourism administration or tourism management. I know I'm going in for a tourism program, but many universities suddenly came up with a degree in BBA, calling it BBA, specialization in tourism, and MBA, specialization in tourism. So now what happened was that India was a country which had a horde mentality, where people were, the BTechs are produced in huge numbers. Sorry, anything? Yeah, sorry. So where students were produced in huge numbers, and similarly, after this engineering fad and this thing, another fad started, which was called the business management fad. So everybody had a MBA program, everybody had a BBA program, and people thought, I cannot get into an institution, a university program which is offering MBA, but if I can get into MBA tourism, I will still be getting a degree or a diploma or a degree called MBA. Tourism is secondary, but I am an MBA. So this was a huge catch. And the students, I tell you, did claim, did confess that yes, this was the reason that we had joined this program. And when it was changed to students, I mean, in some universities, it again was reverted from MBA to MBA. Students who had joined as MBA were the most depressed lot, because now they were not being called MBA. So this might sound silly to you, but then what were they aspiring for? It translates here. So when we were getting into, in 1990s, when we were getting into tourism, we had a conscious choice that what we were doing, where we were going, and that choice slowly diminished. And later on, it was probably, it was just a fad for the degree of having it, or spending your time getting a degree while you were trying for something else. So this was the reason I was talking about. And then another thing, of course, is the career versus job. Now, career, this is another area of concern where universities and we as academicians have to answer this question. What are we preparing our students for? Are we preparing them for a long-term career in tourism, or we are just wanting them to land a job in tourism? It is a short-lived job, is a short-lived thing. It is only for the purpose of earning money for your livelihood. But career is more complex. Career is more, and let me tell you, the tourism course is all about career. If you had to land a job, you didn't really require a course in tourism to undergo a course in tourism. So career is that. Career is more about making a change, making a difference in the society. Whereas job is just very personal. It is just to earn money, your livelihood, for your bread and butter. Now, these are some new age careers of tourism. So these are jumbled slides, let me tell you, because this is just creating questions in your mind rather than giving you any answers. Now, what are these new age careers that we are preparing? Are we preparing our students to get into these careers? There are tour theme researchers. The companies are wanting tour theme researchers, where people can research on new themes, where people can come up with new niche and then develop it as a tour. I may not be a connoisseur of wine, for example, but if I want to offer a wine tour of the vineyards, I need to understand the subject well, and there it is where a tour theme researcher comes in. It is quite different from the researches that we do at the academic level, but it is more for the tour purpose. Travel videos. Videos are huge things. Now people want, and then let me tell you, it's all about multitasking, and multitasking will only grow. We as industry have realized how to cut costs, and we want people who will be good at multitasking. We will not now anymore stick to single roles to single people. It will no more be making vouchers in the hotel, in the company, or just drafting itineraries, or just sending out mails, but one has to be multitasking. So there are travel video developers. So you have to develop a product and then give it a complete shape in giving it a kind of a video format as well. Experience curators, we just talk about. Companies are looking for people who can curate experiences for them, and these experiences can be included as a part of their service. Experiential guides, walk tour leaders. These are again other few domains that are taking world by storm. I was doing one of the Shakespeare tours in England, and the guide there was dressed as Shakespeare, and he was talking with us in a direct speech as if he himself is William Shakespeare. And he was taking us around to his entire area, to the museum, to the places where he lived. So this is an experiential guide, you know. So it is no more, I mean, guides are no more detailing. Now there is so much information available on the net that I need not hire a guide actually. So are we preparing our people for that? Tour leader is more, the walking tour leader is more intricate. He's giving you much more information than the guide. So these are two different things. Social media, huge thing. Influencers, the publicists who are popularizing the tours, who are talking about the tours on the social media. So this is another area of huge area that is taking the world by storm. I mean, the job scene. Travel content developers, the people who have great writing skills. Travel bloggers who can write blogs on for your website. Vloggers. And then analysts. Today, analysts are so important. Responsible tourism analysts, safety analysts. There'll be a lot of analysis in the companies which will go on in terms of the COVID times. So how prepared are we? How prepared our products are? And are our products confirming to the needs of responsible tourism? So all these are new age careers for which children or students need to be prepared. Then these are the few skill sets which most of us know what these are. And I was happy that we were talking about the communication skills which Professor Thaya pointed out, that the language skills they are training, and that is my first problem when I see a student coming for a career at our company. So command on language. Now this is a workable language, mind you. So which market is a person dealing with? If it's Italian market, if it's Gujarati market, so people are in high demand. Language, if they have command over language. Good writing abilities. I am ashamed to tell you that the students are coming out after MBA programs, not tourism in general I'm talking about, but they are not able to draft a simple email. So it's not that entirely we as the university teachers who are working with them at the undergraduate program or the postgraduate programs are totally responsible. But yes, we need to understand what are the pitfalls, what are the problems these students have, and we have to nurture them in that direction. Then we want extrovert and public speaking skills, that how people can, I mean, it's all about meeting people. When we are talking about tourism, it's about meeting people. It is all about interactions that we have with people. So have we sort of inculcated the such traits with our students? Simple geography. It's not about, we are not talking about longitudes and latitudes. We are just talking about plotting a simple map. We are talking about directions. We are talking about basic history. We are not talking about going into detail of history, but we are just talking about simple history. What are the different phases of history in a particular country? Who are the people involved? What was the Mughal Empire all about? When did it start? When did it end? Who were the British who came in? So these are some simple historical facts. Call it general knowledge or call it whatever. So I call it geography and history, but you are free to call it general knowledge. That much is required from a student. And as we talked about research, ability to research on unknown topics. So I may not be good at chocolates or wines, for example, but I should be able to research on that subject and be able to make a tour which is somehow dealing with this particular subject. And then creative thinking, out-of-box thinking, innovative, how we can think of. There's ability to work tirelessly and under pressure. We will now have staff strength will be low in offices. A lot of automation is taking place, but the staff strength, all businesses have learned to reduce the staff. So in that scenario, are we able to work under pressure and tirelessly? So this again has to be inculcated within students. We have to create motivated, oriented, and committed to serve guests. So this is an innate ability that a student must have. Additional capabilities they can build around social media, photography, videos, video editing. These are some, and children, I tell you, the new generation knows all these things. We need not kind of tell everything, rather they help us to do most of the things that I have spoken of. But these things have to be nurtured and they have to be brought forth among the students who are going in the to make the career. Now, these are the words that will differentiate candidates. Now, communication, innovation, knowledge, focused, and multitasking. I am laying a lot of stress on multitasking because I'm telling you, in the post-COVID era, we as industry have learned to cut costs, and we will be employing lesser people than we ever did. So we want people who have kind of hands-on on everything. So if a person is doing an itinerary, he should be able to do the costing, he should be able to close the deals, he should have those sales technique as well. He should be able to make the bill, he should be able to make the receipts when the payments has come in. He should be able to track the payment in the bank. He should be able to charge the credit card as well. And when a tour is being made, he needs to make a video for that. He needs to do all the things that are required as a part of their marketing thing that is required. So all these things become a part of multitasking activity of a student. So we need to now get back to our students and tell them that you have to be a multitasking people now in the new age. And this is what will drive now focused and specialized knowledge. So people, the general travel agents were already out. General travel agents were already out of the market. The online travel agents had taken the world by storm. And now the point is that who survives? The people who survived had focused and specialized knowledge which cannot be replicated. I mean, if I am good at, say, for example, cooking, for example, or if I have a focused knowledge I have a company which only operates the tours for British in India during that particular period. So now that is a specialized knowledge that this company does. It may have lesser turnover, it may have, but this specialization cannot be replicated or can be replicated with great effort. So the importance of such professionals will be much more than they were. Artificial intelligence and automation is a big thing that's happening. All these meetings and all these lectures that we are doing is a result of automation, is a result of, and artificial intelligence, again, I mean, you are just browsing something and sometimes you log on back to Facebook or LinkedIn or your internet and it starts showing you are searching some hotel on booking.com and then freshly you log in on your Facebook account and the same destination starts showing. So these are all automations these are all internet capabilities, the artificial intelligence that's happening, that computer somehow has detected what you want to do, or what kind of content you want to read. And automation is, again, I mean, computer is nothing that is being taught now. The ours were the time when we had to learn computers. Today, children are coming out of their mother's wombs, being able to use the computer. I have a nephew who's just 10-year old, and when I'm stuck with my phone, so he comes to me and he does it all right, So he sets it all right for me. So that's the kind of intelligence, automation and internet intelligence that children have. So you just have to nurture it in the right direction, in the direction of their careers. And then social media skills are, again, this is how the business will run now. On the social media skill, a lot of it is happening. I'm telling you, people are making huge money out of their social media business, the running of their business on social media, be it the influencers or posting their things on the social media, the products on the social media, popularizing their tours on the social media. All this is going on in a big way. And here I have tried to tell you some of the inherent traits that successful tourism students should have. So this is, again, very important to nurture when a student is there with us for those 3 years or 2 years or 4 years now in the new system. But these are the things that we need to nurture more. So we don't need people who are super intelligent, but we can have average but intelligent, still intelligent, who have interest beyond their subject of study, and they are kind of go-getters. And so I have seen that naughty students do very well in tourism. This has been my reading. I don't know about all the teachers who may be there, how they have read their students, but I have seen this. The average students do really well in tourism. So this is what we want. So it has to be a kind of, overall intelligence that the students should have. So social skills, again, online is fine, but then offline, I'm worried. I'm really worried about offline social skills, which students have to nurture now. So a lot of emphasis on online might sort of make their offline social skills take a backseat, which may not be good, So we cannot be for long on this internet meeting platform, and we have to come back to the normal days, and we will come back to the normal days. It is then when these students will be tested for their social media skills, which are offline. So, of course, when I have talked about all these things, I also always say that it is strengths we all know. What we don't know usually are our weaknesses, which we need to tell our students that what are the areas that they are weak at, and they have to do it themselves. They have to strengthen those areas, weaknesses, or at least they have to kind of neutralize those weaknesses. They have to channelize their strengths in the right direction. There may be people who are very good at, for example, dancing. So why not they channelize that dancing skill into making some kind of a cultural tour of India, where they put together dances of India or something of that sort. So this is the channelization. So the best thing about tourism is that we only nurture the hobbies that you have. You only have to strengthen those hobbies. You may be good at dancing, you may be good at singing. You have to only kind of nurture that, and you have to put it into the right direction, and you can be a specialized tour operator for this thing, for doing the dance, the tours, the dances of India, or something of that kind of a tour, or the folk dances of India, or whatever. So these are some of the post-COVID, how the industry will kind of behave, and which should kind of be in tandem with the students that are coming out. So industry is going in, already gone in for huge re-engineering and remodeling of business. So we have remodeled our business. We were working with 25 people when we shut pre-COVID, when we asked to close the office and when the business is stopped. Today, we are only five plus one with me. So now having those 6 people in the office, which was for 25 people, you can imagine we will not be taking everybody back because everything will be in a different mode now. It will be step by step, like a startup we have started behaving. Now we are talking of cash flows, not profits. Then we were talking about profits at that point of time. We were denying business. We used to have limited we had limited baskets to keep our eggs. We were essentially an inbound travel company. We were denying Indian business at that point of time. We were denying corporate business. We were denying MICE business because probably we were just too focused on inbound business at that point of time. Today, we are also doing a bit of domestic travel business. Since we opened, we are also doing a bit of corporate business. And now we are trying to think as a startup. My company personally is 27 years old, but we have restarted as a startup. Now, each company will be doing a similar system. So a lot of remodeling of business, re-engineering of business, but that is also a good opportunity for the new students who will be coming out of their institutions and universities, because they will be more in demand. They are the newer generation people who will be working for lesser amounts than what a 30-year-old employee was probably getting in one place. Or even if the employee wasn't good at that time, was not a performing person, he was sticking because he was very old. So it's very hard for a business person, for an industry to just get rid of an employee who has been serving for 25 years, 30 years, 40 years in your company. So it was very hard, but I may sound rude, but I mean, you may think that what kind of a man he is, but that's a fact with all the businesses. We were not able to get rid of many, which we have got rid of now. So there's a huge opportunity for the youngsters who are waiting in the wings to make career. That's what realigning of manpower is. We will use it judiciously. We will put in multitasking is also a part of that. We will be having lesser people. In automation, there were people who were just doing the bills for us. There were people who were just in the credit department. So we don't need, it's all automated now. In these 2-3 years, at least my company has automated itself in a huge manner where we need lesser people, much lesser people than we did. Relearning, workforce optimization, all these points that you see on your screen are the things that are happening. Differentiation is the most important thing in the businesses now. You have to differentiate, you have to look unique, you have to be unique. A lot of collaborations. There are stressed assets that will be up for sale now. So a lot of collaborations have happened, are happening. People have been contacting our company that they want to collaborate on some areas where we are strong. We are contacting people where they are strong. We want to collaborate. We want to synergize and all these things. And then we have learned to be empathetic. We have really learned to be empathetic. So new markets we are trying to discover because we want to ramp up our revenues. We want to be back in our mode where we were faster than we thought. So new markets have to be new avenues, new destinations. And of course, cost reduction will be a huge thing. And again, everything boils down here to multitasking of the students that we are producing now. So what are the things that probably I think are important now? Just a suggestion. which you may take, you may not take, and you may add to this list. What are the steps that we as academicians should be taking to reform education, tourism education in India? The orientation is the most important thing, which we seldom pay attention to. When the students come to us, because the word counseling these days in the university is only about coming, showing your mark sheets, taking admission in a particular course. Are we telling our students what are they about to join? What is there? What is not there? Are we doing a real orientation program to initiate the joining of the new students? Are we doing an industry interactive program with them? This is a very, very important area that many universities, and I won't say all, but many universities are missing on. And then the children don't know for those upcoming 3-4 years that what are they into, what are they doing. Now, short-term refresher courses, we don't have those. We need to have those. Short-term, these could be 3-month refresher, 1-month refresher. I also am a part of the skill development council, where we are now contemplating to put the students into a kind of a program where we teach them letter writing and email drafting skills, which is very, very important. So such short-term courses, some language refresher courses, some kind of, like guides have their refresher courses. We can do industry specific, depending on the demand of the industry, we can do small refresher courses. I did a few courses. I did some this optimization, search engine optimization course when there was a lockdown. I did a bit of accounting course as well. I mean, of course, I have an accounting background. I have an economics background and accounting till my class 12, but I did that course because I wanted to take hold of the accounting situation in my office, which I never paid attention to. So these can be some short refresher courses that the students can be encouraged to take. And then the course content, the training methodology, and the specializations need a drastic, huge change. We have limited specialization, which is very, very kind of broad. We say inbound tours, we have some cruise, or we have outbound tours, or we have domestic tours, or we have ticketing or airline, aviation. So these are very traditional subjects. We need to come out of that and have smaller specializations, maybe multiple specializations. So, and also as an industry person, I feel that there has to be a regular update of the curriculum and huge emphasis on internship programs and field visits. I mean, I may not have seen the airport when I was studying because I did not have a chance to travel by air. My father was, as I told you, in Indian Railways, and my mother was serving the state government. So we got everything. Whenever I traveled for free of cost. So, and air was not a part of being that in the area of free of cost. So I did not ever travel by air. So it was my first experience to go to the airport to see what is the functioning of the airport, or to go to the railway station, or to go to a travel tourism company to see what kind of so these things make a huge difference. And then the industry experts, like I told you, getting an airline person to do an interactive session for them, it makes a huge difference. And so these are a few things that I wanted to kind of tell you today about, and it probably leaves you with more questions than anything else, rather than giving you any.
I think you're muted, sir.
Yes, Professor Ashish. So that's it from me.
Sir, I must say that it has been truly an incredible session. The inputs that you have given have indeed enthused the minds of the participants who are hailing from different parts of India. We are so grateful to you for your valuable insights. To the participants, faculty, and research scholars in connect to travel, tourism, hospitality to excel in their journey of life. We look forward for seeking your guidance in times to come as well. And I would like to say all the participants who have enjoyed this session type into the chat box and switch on your cameras so that our team can have some lovely snippets with Pratik Hira sir as a sweet memoir with all of us. So let's see how many of us, Ajay Moria, Anant Verma, so many E's we are getting into the chat box. Dr. Suraksha, Rekha Jainji, Daksha Madanji, Kiranji, lovely, lovely, lovely getting feedback from you. You see how lucky we are. I should say that my day has been made listening to the words of wisdom from Pratik Hira sir. Indeed adds value to my today's life. Gratitude, sir. I'll request Ajay to kindly take some snippets. And should participants have some questions, they can raise into the chat box or unmute themselves and ask. And did you notice how perfect is, sir? He started dot on time and concluded at sharp 3:30. Salutations to you, sir.
Pratik, sir.
Yes, please.
Indeed, it was a very wonderful session, sir, and a lot of informative new insight you have shown. I have one question about the wellness tourism, sir. What is the present state in condition in India, and what is the projected situation that you see, or for particularly for wellness tourism?
See, wellness, I think that it's a huge subject to work on, but we have not been able to project wellness properly in Indian context, very frankly. So if I have, I mean, as a traveler, I've traveled to places like Thailand, I've traveled to, which probably do it much better than we have been able to do. So, except for a few centers that we have, Kerala has done a marvelous job in wellness tourism. You can't compare any other state which has lived up to Kerala. Then in Uttarakhand, Rishikesh a bit, and thanks to Patanjali, which has brought it to the international fold. But by the way, Patanjali was born in Gonda. I don't know how many of you know about, but there is no talk about where Patanjali was born and if Gonda has done anything or if UP has done anything on wellness tourism. So it has to be more structured, I would say. A government has to be come up with a well-formulated policy on wellness tourism because this is next big thing post-COVID when we have got used to kind of words like immunity, which we never spoke so much about before this, before COVID struck us. So all these things can be tapped at this stage and we can always project many pockets of India as a huge wellness destination. But sadly, not much work has been done. There is no existing proper policy from the central government or from the different state governments in this direction to encourage people in terms of wellness tourism.
Sir, being a wellness coach, I approach many of the resorts, you can have a kind of wellness resort or something like that. But then there is a resistance. There is a resistance from the economical perspective, from the revenue perspective mainly, because you are at one point saying that you need to create a kind of niche, a specialty kind of product to differentiate yourself from the market. But still, there is not much response.
Encouraging. That's what I think, Dr. Vijay, that we should have a proper policy framework at the government level to initiate such things, and then the people will start coming. Because at the moment we are seeing, it's more of a leisure side of travel and tourism is being projected as just the leisure side. When we talk about wellness, we are talking about purposeful tourism. Where we are probably lacking in terms of, in many spheres, not only wellness, I would say, but in many spheres, purposeful tourism is lacking in India, which has to have a proper policy backing if you want any state or any place to come up well.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We are so delighted to have amazing feedback coming from Ruchika Singh, Sahil Arora, Savita Sharma, Shraboni, Shweta Lokhandeji, Sunit Kumar, Vijay, Rekhi Rajuji, Rajat Gupta ji, Professor N.K. Joshi, Pooja Khurana, Neeraj Arya, Murshad Ali, Mohammad Yunus Khan, Meenakshi Pandey, Meenakshi Sharma, Kirti Malik, Himanshi Dhondial, Dr. Vinita, Dr. Suraksha, Dr. Jyoti, Dr. Kaushik, Dr. Dinesh, Dr. Daksha, Chef Ritu Udeji, Anita ji, Anant Verma ji, Aarti Gehlot. I must say that, sir, truly you have made our day, and we really loved listening these words of wisdom from you. They'll say it has been an amazing session, sir. My heartfelt gratitudes to you, and we look forward for having you again with us in times to come. My humble pranam from MD University, Rohtak. Namaskar, sir.
Thank you, Professor Daya, for having me, and it was real pleasure to talk to you about this subject, and I look forward for the next interaction as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. With us, we had distinguished speaker, Mr. Prateek Hira, a very seasoned and an amazing personality. I'm sure that he has mesmerized you. I really enjoyed his session thoroughly, and I'm sure that these valuable insights have helped you for a longer learning. We look forward for meeting you again tomorrow at 9:30 with greater insights. Till then, do take care of yourselves. Stay safe, healthy, and happy. Bye-bye. Namaskar.